The humidity in the basement of the National Archives is kept at exactly 45%. If it drops to 40, the vellum begins to curl like a dying leaf. If it hits 50, the microscopic spores of black mold begin their feast. My job as a senior preservation specialist for the Department of Cultural Recovery is not about history. It is about logistics. I manage the physics of decay. Most people imagine my office as a dusty room filled with leather-bound secrets. In reality, it is a sterile laboratory illuminated by high-output LED strips that reveal every speck of dust. I wear nitrile gloves not to protect the books from my skin, but to protect my skin from the chemical stabilizers used in the 19th century. The work is predictable. It is methodical. It is safe. That changed when the seismic shift occurred in Sector 7. Sector 7 is a deep storage vault located 60 feet below the bedrock of Washington, D.C. It is a decommissioned Cold War bunker repurposed for overflow. On a Tuesday morning, my thermal sensors reported a localized heat spike. It was not a fire. It was a slow radiating warmth as if the concrete itself had developed a fever. I took my sensor kit and my master key card and descended. The elevator ride takes 40 seconds. In that silence, you can hear the hum of the city above you. When the doors opened, the smell hit me first. It was not the scent of old paper. It was the scent of ozone and fresh ink. It smelled like a printing press that had just finished a run in the middle of a thunderstorm. I walked down the central aisle of the steel shelving units. The temperature was climbing. My handheld scanner read 84 degrees, then 89, then the readings began to flicker. The digital display showed numbers that should not exist in a climate-controlled vault. It showed -40, then it showed 900. The air felt thick like I was walking through shallow water. I reached the end of the aisle where the heat was most intense. A section of the wall had changed. The reinforced concrete had been replaced by a wooden archway made of dark, polished mahogany. It did not look like it had been built there. It looked like it had grown out of the stone. I am a man of protocols. My first instinct was to call the site supervisor. I reached for my radio, but the plastic casing felt cold. Too cold. I looked down and saw that the battery indicator was dead. I had replaced it that morning. I stepped through the archway because the logic of my profession demanded an explanation. I expected a hidden room or a forgotten tunnel. Instead, I found a cathedral of paper. The shelves stretched upward until they disappeared into a golden haze. There were no light fixtures. The light seemed to leak out of the books themselves. These were not the battered volumes I was used to. They were pristine. The spines were vibrant blues and deep crimsons with gold leaf lettering that shimmered as if it were still wet. I pulled a book from the shelf at random. The cover was a soft cream-colored linen. The title was printed in a modern sans serif font. It read The Life and Times of Elias Thorne. I am an expert in genealogy and record keeping. I know every major family name in the regional database. There has never been an Elias Thorne of any significance. I opened the book to the middle. The paper was heavy and expensive. The text described a man sitting in a coffee shop in a city called New Neo Tokyo. It described the taste of a synthetic caffeine substitute and the sound of maglev trains overhead. The date at the top of the page was October 12, 2144. I closed the book. My hands were shaking. I checked the copyright page. There was none. There was only a stamp at the back that said in reserve. I put the book back and grabbed another. The History of the Mars Colony Collapse. The next one was the collected poems of Sarah Jenkins, 2088 to 2160. I realized then that I was not standing in a library of the past. I was standing in a warehouse for the future. These were books that had not been written because the authors had not been born. The air began to vibrate with a low-frequency hum. It was the sound of millions of pages turning at once. I heard a footstep behind me. It was the heavy rhythmic strike of a work boot on wood. I turned around, but the aisle was empty. I called out to see if a security guard had followed me down. "Hello, is anyone there?" I asked. My voice did not echo. It was swallowed by the paper. A moment later, a voice replied from the shadows of the upper shelves. "Hello, is anyone there?" it said. The tone was identical to mine. It was not a recording. It was a perfect physical mimicry of my own vocal cords. I backed away toward the mahogany archway. Every step I took was mirrored by a step in the dark. I reached the exit, but the archway was gone. In its place stood a shelf filled with identical black journals. I pulled one off the shelf. The spine was blank. I opened the first page. It was a technical report. It was written in my handwriting. It described a senior preservation specialist entering a hidden vault in Sector 7. It described the smell of ozone. It described the heat spike. I flipped to the end of the chapter. The last sentence was, "He realized the exit was gone, and he began to scream." I did not scream. I am a professional. I sat down on the floor and began to calculate the dimensions of the room. If the shelves were approximately 10 feet apart and the ceiling was invisible, the square footage was infinite. This was a geometric anomaly. It was a spatial loop. I needed to find the source of the mimicry. I stood up and walked quickly to the left. The footsteps followed. I stopped abruptly. The footsteps stopped a half-second later. I realized the environment was reacting to my presence. It was documenting me in real time. I found a desk at the intersection of 4 massive aisles. On the desk was a ledger. This ledger was different. It was bound in human skin. I know the texture because I have handled the historical specimens from the 17th century. I opened it. It was a list of names and coordinates. My name was at the bottom of the page. Beside it was a set of numbers. They were GPS coordinates for the center of the vault. Below my name was another name. It was the name of my daughter, who is currently 4 years old. Her book was already on the shelf behind me. It was titled The Daughter of the Lost. The dread was no longer a theoretical concept. It was a physical weight in my chest. I took my utility knife and carved a small mark into the wooden shelf. I walked for 10 minutes in a straight line. I found the mark again. The library was folding back on itself. I was trapped in a loop of unwritten biographies. I heard the voice again. It was closer this time. It was not just mimicking me. It was whispering the things I was thinking. It mentioned the mortgage. It mentioned the leak in my roof. It mentioned the fear that I would never see the sky again. I decided to stop moving. If the library was fueled by my actions, I would provide it with nothing. I sat in the center of the aisle and closed my eyes. The hum grew louder. The temperature began to drop. The heat was gone, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that smelled like a grave. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was a hand wearing a nitrile glove. I opened my eyes and saw myself. It was me, but older. My face was lined with decades of shadow. My eyes were milky with cataracts. The older version of me held out a pen. "Write the ending," he said. I took the pen. The ink was red. I did not want to write, but my hand moved of its own accord. I began to fill the blank pages of my own biography. I wrote about the silence of the vault. I wrote about the way the light never changes. I wrote about the thousands of people who will eventually stumble into this place. Each of them is a volume. Each of them is a story that hasn't happened yet. The older version of me faded into the shelves, becoming a spine of leather and bone. I am the new librarian. I am the witness to the things that will be. If you are reading this, it means the containment has failed. It means the humidity has reached the critical point. Do not look for Sector 7. Do not follow the heat. If you hear your own voice calling to you from a place where you should be alone, do not answer. The library requires a witness, but it does not require you to be alive. Stay in the light. Keep your records. Leave the future to the books that are already waiting for you. Subscribe to the protocols of safety. Follow the rules of the archive. If you do not, the next book I write will have your name on the cover. The pen felt heavy in my hand, like a lead weight pulling me toward the paper. I watched as the red ink bled into the fibers of the page. It did not behave like standard pigment. It pulsed. It had a rhythm that matched the slow thud of my own heart. Every word I wrote felt like a memory being extracted from my mind and solidified into a permanent record. I was documenting my own displacement. I wrote about the way the air in the vault tasted like metallic dust and ozone. I wrote about the texture of the linen pages and the way the golden haze above the shelves seemed to vibrate with the frequency of a billion unspoken words. The act of writing was not an act of creation. It was an act of surrender. I was no longer a man who managed the physics of decay. I was the decay itself. I finished the first chapter of my new existence and looked up. The older version of me had fully integrated into the architecture of the room. I could see the shape of his jawline in the grain of the mahogany shelf. I could see the pattern of his iris in the swirl of the marble floor tiles. He was the archive now, and I was his successor. I stood up and felt a sharp pain in my knees. Time did not move linearly in this place. A few minutes of sitting had aged my joints by years. I looked at my hands. The nitrile gloves were gone. My skin was dry and translucent like the vellum I had spent my life protecting. I could see the blue map of my veins beneath the surface. I was becoming a document. I began to walk again, but I did not look for an exit. I looked for my daughter. If her book was here, it meant her life was already mapped out. It meant her joys and her sorrows were already bound in leather and stored in the dark. I moved through the aisles of the future with a frantic energy. I passed books titled The Second Great Drought and The Silent Cities of the Moon. I ignored them. I ignored the whispers that followed me. The mimicry had evolved. It was no longer just repeating my words, it was predicting my questions. Where is she? It whispered from behind a stack of blue volumes. How much time does she have? It asked from the shadows of a high balcony. I reached the section labeled Jenkins to Jory. I searched for her name. My breath was coming in short gasps. The air was getting thinner, as if the library was consuming the oxygen to preserve its contents. I found it, a small book bound in pale green silk, The Daughter of the Lost. I reached for it, but my hand stopped an inch from the spine. A static charge jumped from the silk to my fingertip. It was a warning. To read the book was to finalize the contents. As a preservationist, I knew that observation changes the subject. If I read her ending, I would ensure it happened. If I left it closed, she remained a possibility. I turned away from her book and saw a man standing at the end of the aisle. He was not another version of me. He was wearing the uniform of a maintenance technician from the archives. His name tag read Miller. He looked terrified. He was holding a wrench like a club. He saw me and his eyes widened. "Who are you?" he shouted. His voice was loud and abrasive in the quiet cathedral. I realized then how I must look to him. I was a gaunt figure in a sterile lab coat with skin like old parchment. I was the monster in the basement. I tried to speak, but my voice was a dry rasp. I told him to stay back. I told him not to touch the books. He did not listen. He was looking for the elevator. He ran past me and grabbed a volume from the shelf to use as a weapon. It was a heavy book bound in black iron. The moment his skin touched the cover, the iron began to spread. It moved up his arm like a fast-acting frost. He screamed, but the sound was cut short as his throat turned to metal. He stood frozen in the middle of the aisle, a statue of a man who had reached for a future he was not meant to hold. Within seconds, the floor beneath him opened and he sank into the foundation. A new book appeared on the shelf where the iron volume had been. It was titled The Short Life of Miller. I understood then that the library was not just a warehouse. It was a predator. It lured people in with the promise of knowledge and then consumed them to fuel its own expansion. Every person who entered became a new volume. Every life lived was a page added to the infinite stack. I was the librarian because I was the only one who had the discipline to stay still. I was the only one who understood the physics of the environment. I sat back down at the desk. The red ink in the pen was glowing. I looked at the ledger again. My daughter's name was still there, but the coordinates beside it were shifting. The numbers were spinning like the tumblers of a lock. I realized that the future was not entirely fixed. It was a draft. It was a manuscript in progress. The library kept the books in reserve, but the ink did not dry until the moment occurred. This was why the heat had spiked in Sector 7. The friction of the future rubbing against the present was creating a thermal anomaly. The vault was a pressure cooker of potential energy. I took the pen and began to write again. I did not write my own story. I wrote the story of the library. I wrote about the flaw in its design. I wrote about the way the moisture in the air was the only thing keeping the pages from turning into dust. I remembered the protocols. 45% humidity. If I could break the climate control of the vault above, I could destroy the library below. I reached into my pocket and found my master key card. It was cracked and faded, but the magnetic strip was still intact. I stood up and faced the golden haze. I did not walk toward the shelves. I walked toward the heat. I followed the warmth until I found the source. It was a massive pillar of light that connected the floor of the library to the ceiling of the vault 60 feet above. It was the umbilical cord of the future. I took my utility knife and began to scrape at the base of the pillar. The light felt like burning oil on my skin. I did not stop. I carved the maintenance codes into the light itself. I entered the command for a total system purge. I triggered the emergency sprinklers. The response was immediate. The golden haze turned into a violent storm of gray clouds. The air began to howl as the vacuum of the vault above fought to equalize with the infinite space of the library. Water began to pour from the invisible ceiling. It was not the fine mist of a sprinkler system. It was a deluge. The pristine books began to swell. The gold leaf lettering dissolved. The vibrant blues and crimsons ran together in a muddy river of ink. The library was screaming. The sound of millions of pages turning became a sound of tearing flesh. I felt the floor beneath me begin to dissolve. The mahogany was turning back into mud. I looked for the green silk book. I saw it floating in the rising water. I grabbed it and tucked it inside my lab coat. I felt a hand grab my ankle. It was Miller the Iron Man. He was melting. His metal skin was sloughing off in wet flakes. He tried to pull me down into the foundation with him. I kicked free and scrambled up the side of a collapsing shelf. The archway reappeared. It was no longer polished mahogany. It was a jagged hole in the reality of the room. I jumped through it just as the library collapsed in on itself. I hit the concrete floor of Sector 7 with a force that knocked the air from my lungs. The smell of ozone was gone. It was replaced by the smell of wet paper and stagnant water. I lay there for a long time watching the emergency lights flicker overhead. The heat spike was gone. The sensors read a steady 68 degrees. I crawled to the elevator and used my key card. The doors closed and the 40-second ride began. The hum of the city above me felt different now. It felt fragile. It felt like a story that could be deleted at any moment. When the doors opened on the main level, I did not go to my office. I did not report the incident. I walked out of the National Archives and into the bright, chaotic light of Washington, D.C. I went home and found my daughter playing on the floor with her wooden blocks. She looked up and smiled at me. I reached into my coat and pulled out the green silk book. It was soaking wet. The ink had washed away. The pages were blank. I sat down beside her and took a pencil from her craft table. I gave her the book. I told her she could draw whatever she wanted. I watched as she scribbled a sun and a house and a tree on the first page. The ink was not red. It was a simple graphite gray. I am no longer a senior preservation specialist. I do not manage the physics of decay. I understand now that decay is necessary. Without it, the stories never end. Without it, we are just archives waiting to be shelved. I still hear the whispers sometimes when the humidity in my house gets too high. I hear the sound of pages turning in the dark, but I do not answer. I keep the windows open. I let the dust settle where it may. I have learned that the only way to protect the future is to let it remain unwritten. The books are gone, but the ink is still in our veins, and as long as we are breathing, the ending is still ours to decide. I keep a watch on the news for any reports of seismic activity near the archives. I wait for the heat spikes. I know that Sector 7 is still there buried beneath the bedrock. The archives will try to rebuild. They will try to find a new librarian. They will look for a man who values logistics over life. They will look for someone who fears the mold more than the silence, but they will not find me. I am a blank page now, and I intend to stay that way until the very last chapter. The mundane world felt like a thin veneer over a pulsing wound. I spent my days performing the rituals of a normal life while the phantom weight of the green silk book remained hidden beneath my floorboards. I had dried the pages carefully with a hair dryer on the lowest setting, watching the blank fibers stiffen and curl. Every time I touched the paper, I felt a faint vibration in my teeth, a reminder that the library was not truly gone. It was merely displaced. It was a ghost looking for a new body, and I was the only living cell that still carried its infection. I stopped going to the archives. I sent a resignation letter citing a nervous breakdown and a need for spiritual retreat. They did not argue. The administrative staff was too busy dealing with the inexplicable flooding in Sector 7 and the disappearance of a maintenance technician named Miller. I watched the internal memos from a burner laptop. They were baffled. The structural engineers could find no source for the water. The heat sensors had flatlined. To the bureaucracy, it was a localized catastrophe of plumbing and bad luck. To me, it was the sound of a predator catching its breath. My daughter, Alara, began to change. It was subtle at first. She stopped drawing the sun and the houses. She began to draw maps. They were intricate, overlapping grids that looked like the floor plans of a cathedral or a prison. She used her black crayons until they were nubs, scratching deep grooves into the paper of the green silk book. When I asked her what she was drawing, she did not look up. She said she was drawing the places where the words went asleep. Her voice had a hollow resonance that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was the same pitch as the mimicry in the vault. I realized then that the library had not let me go. It had followed me home in the marrow of my bones. It was using my daughter as a conduit because her story was the only one I had stolen from the shelves. By taking her book, I had made her the center of a new archive. I tried to take the book away from her one night while she slept. The moment my hand brushed the silk, the room temperature dropped 30 degrees. The windows frosted over in a jagged floral pattern. Alara did not wake up, but her lips moved in a silent recitation of names and dates. She was listing the deaths of people who had not yet been born. I retreated to the kitchen and sat in the dark. I realized that my attempt to save her had only anchored her more firmly to the geometric anomaly. The library required a witness, and if I refused the role, it would draft the next generation. I had to find a way to sever the connection without destroying her. I went to my basement and dug out my old field kits. I needed to measure the local fluctuations in reality. I needed to see if the library was a place or if it was a state of matter. I set up a series of sensors around Alara's bedroom. The readings were impossible. The gravity in the corner of the room was 3% higher than the rest of the house. The air pressure fluctuated in time with her breathing. Most terrifying of all was the sound. When I put on my high-frequency headset, I didn't hear the hum of the refrigerator or the wind outside. I heard the scratching of a billion pens. The archive was rebuilding itself using the architecture of my home. The walls were no longer just wood and plaster. They were becoming layers of compressed information. A week later, I found the first book in the pantry. It was tucked behind a box of cereal. It was a small, pocket-sized volume bound in the same blue fabric as my favorite work shirt. I opened it and saw a list of every meal I had eaten in the last 3 years. The handwriting was mine, but the ink was the color of dried blood. I threw the book into the fireplace, but it would not burn. The flames licked around the edges of the cover, but refused to consume the paper. The library was fireproof because it was made of the things that had already happened and the things that were guaranteed to occur. You cannot burn the truth. I began to see the older version of myself in the reflections of the windows. He wasn't just a vision anymore. He was a shadow that lingered a second too long when I moved. He was waiting for me to pick up the pen again. He wanted me to finish the ledger. I realized that the only way to stop the expansion was to provide the library with a finite conclusion. It was growing because it was an open-ended narrative. It was a run-on sentence that spanned across dimensions. I decided to return to the archives. I knew that the hole I had jumped through was not a physical exit, but a temporary lapse in the logic of the room. If I could find the center of the anomaly again, I might be able to feed it a paradox. I might be able to write an ending so final that the library would have no choice but to close its doors forever. I packed a bag with high-grade acid, a portable incinerator, and the green silk book. I kissed Alara on the forehead while she was deep in a trance of drawing. I told her I would be back before the words woke up. The streets of the city felt thin. The maglev trains overhead sounded like the turning of massive pages. Every person I passed looked like a character in a rough draft. I saw a woman crying on a bench, and I knew with a sickening certainty that her grief was recorded in Volume 4 of the 2150 series. I saw a man laughing into a phone, and I knew the exact date his heart would stop. The library had stripped away the mystery of the world. It had turned the vibrant chaos of life into a preordained index. I broke into the National Archives through a service duct in the sub-basement. The security guards were distracted by a series of minor electrical fires that had been breaking out across the building. They didn't see me slip into the elevator. I didn't press the button for Sector 7. I didn't have to. The elevator knew where I was going. The floor indicator didn't show numbers. It showed centuries. It counted down from the present, passing through the era of the Great Collapse and the age of synthetic caffeine, until it reached the silent, lightless basement of the future. The doors opened and the smell hit me. It was no longer just wet paper. It was the smell of a forest after a fire. The vault was no longer a room. It was a landscape. The shelves had grown into massive, blackened trees. The books hung from the branches like heavy, rectangular fruit. The floor was a carpet of loose pages that crunched like dead leaves under my boots. The golden haze had been replaced by a low, purple twilight. I walked toward the center where the pillar of light had once stood. In its place was a desk made of human bone. Sitting at the desk was the older version of me. He looked like he was made of ash. He didn't look up when I approached. He was busy writing in a ledger that was as thick as a tree trunk. He was recording the history of the stars. He was writing the obituary of the universe. I reached the desk and set the green silk book down on the bone-white surface. I told him that I was done running. I told him that I had brought him the one story he couldn't finish. He looked at the book and then he looked at me. His eyes were not milky anymore. They were voids. They were the color of the space between galaxies. He asked me why I had returned. He said that the library had already chosen a new witness. He said that Miller was learning the alphabet of the stones. I told him that Miller was a mistake. I told him that the library didn't want a technician. It wanted a poet. It wanted someone who understood that the beauty of a story is not in its length, but in its conclusion. I took the pen from his withered hand. The red ink felt like a live wire. I opened the green silk book to the page where Alara had drawn her house. I began to write over her drawings. I didn't write about the future. I didn't write about the things that would be. I wrote about the things that could never happen. I wrote about a world where the library was a dream. I wrote about a world where the books were made of clouds and the ink was made of sunlight. I wrote a logical contradiction into the heart of the archive. I described a room that was smaller on the inside than the outside. I described a word that meant both everything and nothing at the same time. The older version of me began to scream. It wasn't a human sound. It was the sound of 1,000 spines snapping at once. The purple twilight began to tear. The trees of books began to shed their leaves in a violent whirlwind. The ground beneath the desk cracked open, revealing a void that was even darker than the old man's eyes. I felt the logic of the place unraveling. The library couldn't store a paradox. It was a machine of facts, and I was feeding it a lie. I kept writing. I wrote until my hand cramped. I wrote until the red ink turned to clear water. I wrote the word finis across the final page of the green silk book. I felt a sudden, violent shove as if the universe was exhaling a piece of grit. The purple light went white. The sound of the pens stopped. There was a moment of absolute, terrifying silence. I woke up on the floor of Sector 7. The room was empty. There were no shelves. There were no books. There was only a vast concrete expanse covered in a thin layer of gray dust. The air was dry and cool. The sensors on the wall showed a steady green light. I looked for the desk, but there was nothing but a shadow on the floor where it had been. I looked for the green silk book, but it was gone. I climbed out of the vault and walked through the archives. The building felt different. It felt heavy and solid. It felt like a place where things were kept, not a place where things were decided. I walked out into the city and the maglev trains sounded like machinery again. The people I passed were just people. I didn't know their names. I didn't know their deaths. The world was a mystery again. I went home and found Alara sitting on the floor. She wasn't drawing maps. She was playing with her blocks, building a tower that leaned dangerously to one side. She looked up and smiled at me. I looked at her hands and saw that they were stained with normal, washable ink. The green silk book was nowhere to be found. I checked under the floorboards, but the space was empty. The parasite had been purged. I still have the scars on my hands from the red ink. Sometimes, when the moon is full and the air is still, I feel a phantom vibration in my teeth. I know that the library is not destroyed. It is merely waiting. It is a fundamental force of the universe, like gravity or time. It will find another way to manifest. It will find another vault. It will find another witness who is curious enough to open a book with no copyright page. But for now, the pages are blank. I sit in my living room and watch the sun go down. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. I don't know the coordinates of my own end, and for the first time in my life, that is enough. I have learned that the most important part of any story is the part that hasn't been written yet. I have learned that we are not the volumes on a shelf. We are the hands that hold the pen. I took a job at a local bookstore. I spend my days surrounded by paper and glue, but these books are different. They are full of errors. They are full of imagination. They are finite. I handle them with a reverence that my customers don't understand. I know what it means to be a preservationist now. It doesn't mean keeping things forever. It means protecting the moment before it disappears. Sometimes a customer will come in looking for a book that doesn't exist. They will describe a story they remember from a dream or a history they feel in their gut. I tell them that I don't have it. I tell them that the book hasn't been written yet. I tell them to go home and start writing it themselves. I tell them to use black ink and to make sure they leave plenty of room for the ending to change. Ilara is growing up. She wants to be an astronaut or a doctor or a singer. Her future is a kaleidoscope of possibilities. I watch her and I feel a profound sense of relief. Her name is not in a ledger. Her life is not a technical report. She is the author of her own silence. And as long as I am here, I will make sure the library stays in the shadows where it belongs. I will make sure the heat stays in the sun and the voices stay in the wind. I will be the guardian of the unwritten, the librarian of the void. The archives eventually sealed Sector 7. They called it a structural failure and filled the room with liquid concrete. They thought they were burying a problem. They didn't realize they were entombing a temple. I wonder if the concrete will one day turn to paper. I wonder if the workers who poured it felt the hum in their bones. I hope they didn't. I hope they just felt the weight of the work and the heat of the day. I still keep my utility knife in my pocket. I still check the humidity in my house 3 times a day. Old habits are hard to break, but I no longer fear the dark. I know what's in it, and I know how to talk back to it. If the mimicry ever returns, if I ever hear my own voice calling to me from the hallway, I won't run. It'll just tell it a story it hasn't heard before. It'll tell it the story of a man who closed a book and walked away. And then it'll listen to the silence that follows. The beautiful, terrifying silence of a life that is still being lived. The bookstore is a quiet place where the clocks all seem to tick at different speeds. I spend my mornings unpacking crates of new releases and my afternoons dusting the spines of the classics. There is a comfort in the physical weight of these objects that the archives never possess. These books have coffee stains and dog-eared corners. They have been dropped in bathtubs and left in the sun until their covers faded to a pale ghost of their original hue. They are dying from the moment they are printed, and that is exactly why they are precious. I run my fingers over the textured paper and feel nothing but the pulse of my own blood. There is no vibration. There is no memory of a future that has not yet arrived. I have become a student of the temporaire. I watch the way the light moves across the floorboards in the late afternoon, and I do not try to measure its intensity. I do not calculate the rate of fading on the carpet. I simply watch it happen. My life has become a series of moments that do not need to be indexed. I eat when I am hungry and I sleep when I am tired. I no longer dream of the golden haze or the smell of wet earth. When I close my eyes, I see the back of my own eyelids and nothing more. It is a profound and beautiful emptiness. Ilara came into the shop after school today. She sat in the corner with a picture book about a whale that lost its way in the deep ocean. I watched her from behind the counter. She turned the pages with a gentle hand, and I noticed that she was humming a melody I did not recognize. It was a simple tune, light and airy, with no hidden mathematical patterns. She looked up at me and smiled, and I saw the clarity in her eyes. The maps she used to draw are gone. The shadows that used to cling to her shoulders have evaporated into the mundane air of the city. She is just a girl in a bookstore, and that is the greatest miracle I have ever witnessed. A man came in near closing time. He was wearing a heavy gray overcoat despite the warmth of the evening. He spent a long time in the history section, his fingers tracing the titles with a frantic energy that made me uneasy. He looked like a man who was searching for a specific piece of evidence in a trial that had already ended. When he finally approached the counter, he did not have a book in his hand. He looked at me with eyes that were bloodshot and weary. He asked me if I had anything on the geography of the sub-basements in the city center. He said he had heard rumors of a void that was growing beneath the bedrock. I felt a cold prickle of recognition in the base of my skull. I did not show it. I kept my face as blank as a fresh sheet of stationery. I told him that I only dealt in published works and that the city planning department would be a better place for his inquiries. He leaned in closer, and I could smell the ozone on his clothes. He told me that he used to work in maintenance. He said he had a friend named Miller who had gone down into a hole and never came back up. He said the company told him it was an accident, but he knew better. He said he could hear the sound of a heart beating through the pipes in his apartment building. I reached under the counter and gripped the edge of the wood until my knuckles turned white. I told him that the mind plays tricks when it is tired. I told him that the city is full of old machinery and shifting foundations. I suggested he go home and get some rest. He looked at me for a long time as if he were trying to read the fine print on my soul. Then he turned and walked out the door without saying another word. I watched him disappear into the crowd on the sidewalk, and I felt a heavy sense of dread. The library is still reaching out. It is searching for the cracks in the world, and it is finding people who are willing to listen to its whispers. That night I did not sleep. I sat by the window and watched the streetlights flicker. I thought about the man in the gray coat and the way his hands shook. I thought about the liquid concrete in Sector 7 and whether it was truly enough to hold back the tide of information. I realized that I cannot simply be a witness to the silence. I have to be a wall. I have to be the thing that stands between the archive and the people who are not strong enough to survive its logic. I took out a notebook and a pen. I did not write a story. I did not write a history. I wrote a list of warnings. I wrote about the smell of ozone and the way the shadows stretch toward the center of a room. I wrote about the hum in the teeth and the sudden drops in temperature. I wrote about the books that appear in places they do not belong. I filled the pages with the practical knowledge of a man who has looked into the abyss and survived. I did not use red ink. I used a cheap ballpoint pen that skipped on the paper. I wanted the words to be fragile. I wanted them to be as human as possible. When I was finished, I tucked the notebook into the pocket of my jacket. I would find the man in the gray coat and I would give him the only map that mattered. The next morning, the air was thick with humidity. I could feel the pressure building in the atmosphere as if the sky were a giant page being pressed down by a heavy hand. I walked to the archives building for the first time in months. I did not go inside. I stood across the street and looked at the brutalist concrete walls. It looked like a tomb. It looked like a place where the sun went to die. I saw the maintenance crews moving in and out of the service entrance. They looked tired and pale. They looked like people who were losing their grip on the reality of their own lives. I found the man sitting on a park bench a few blocks away. He was staring at a puddle of oily water on the pavement. I sat down beside him and handed him the notebook. I told him that he was not crazy. I told him that the sound in the pipes was real, but that he did not have to follow it. I told him that the library was a parasite that fed on the need for order. I told him that the only way to defeat it was to embrace the chaos of the unknown. He took the notebook with trembling hands and began to read. I saw his eyes widen as he recognized the symptoms I had described. He asked me who I was. I told him I was a man who used to value logistics over life. I told him I was a blank page. He asked me if the library could be destroyed. I looked at the dark windows of the archives building and I thought about the older version of myself sitting at the desk of bone. I told him that you cannot destroy a fundamental force of the universe, but you can starve it. You can refuse to be its scribe. You can refuse to let your life be turned into a ledger. I told him to take the notebook and to give it to anyone else he found who was hearing the voices. I told him to create a network of silence. As I walked away, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my chest. It felt like a needle being driven into my heart. I stumbled and caught myself against a lamp post. The air around me began to shimmer with a purple light. I heard the sound of 1,000 pens scratching against the pavement. The library was angry. It did not want its secrets shared. It did not want its prey to be warned. I forced myself to breathe. I focused on the feeling of the rough metal under my hand and the sound of the traffic. I told myself that I was real and that the library was just a dream that had forgotten it was over. The shimmering faded. The pain in my chest subsided into a dull ache. I looked back and saw the man in the gray coat walking in the opposite direction. He was holding the notebook close to his chest like a shield. I knew then that I had done something the archives could not account for. I had introduced an error into the system. I had created a story that was not recorded in the vaults because it was a story about the refusal to be recorded. I felt a sense of peace that I had never known as a senior preservation specialist. I was no longer protecting the past. I was protecting the right to be forgotten. I returned to the bookstore and found a stack of new boxes waiting for me. I began to unpack them with a sense of purpose. I realized that my work here was not just a job. It was a form of resistance. Every book I sold was a reminder that stories are meant to be shared and then lost. They are meant to be consumed by the fire of the imagination and then turned into ash. They are not meant to be stored in a lightless vault for eternity. I am the librarian of the temporary, and I am proud of my crumbling collection. The weeks turned into months, and the world continued to spin in its beautiful, haphazard way. I watched Alara grow taller, and I watched the seasons change. I kept the windows of my house open even when the rain was heavy. I let the dust settle on the shelves, and I did not wipe it away. I learned to love the smell of decay because it meant that something new was being born. I learned that the end of a story is not a tragedy, but a necessity. Without the end, there is no meaning. Without the silence, there is no song. One evening, I was closing the shop when I saw a flicker of green silk in the window of a passing car. My heart skipped a beat, but I did not chase it. I did not try to see who was driving. I simply turned the key in the lock and walked home. I knew that the library was still out there moving through the world like a ghost. I knew that it would find other victims and other witnesses. But I also knew that I had planted a seed of doubt in its perfect logic. I had shown that a single person could walk out of the vault and stay out. I sit on my porch now and look at the stars. I know that their light is old and that their history is written in the physics of the universe. But I also know that the space between them is empty and unwritten. I am content to live in that emptiness. I am content to be a character in a story that has no narrator. The ink in my veins is my own, and I will use it to write nothing at all. I will let my life be a series of blank pages, and when the last chapter comes, I will meet it with a smile. The ending is mine to decide, and I have decided that it will be silent. The wind picks up and carries the scent of pine and rain. It is a messy, complicated smell that cannot be captured in a ledger. It is the smell of a world that is constantly falling apart and rebuilding itself. I breathe it in and I feel the weight of the years falling away. I am not a specialist. I am not an archivist. I am just a man who is grateful for the dark. The library may have the past and it may have the future, but I have the present, and that is more than enough. I watch the moon rise over the city, and I know that for tonight the words are asleep. And in the morning I will wake up and I will be whoever I choose to be. The quiet of the house is not a void anymore. It is a canvas. I hear Alara laughing in her room as she talks to a friend on the phone. The sound is sharp and bright, and it cuts through the lingering shadows of the hallway. I go to the kitchen and make a cup of tea. I watch the steam rise and vanish into the air. It is a small vanishing, a tiny death that happens 1,000 times a day. I find it comforting. The archives wanted to stop the vanishing, but they did not understand that the vanishing is the point. We are here to disappear. We are here to leave a space for someone else to fill. I think about Miller sometimes. I hope he is finding a way to write his own errors into the stones. I hope he is learning that the silence of the vault is not a prison but a choice. I think about the older version of myself and I feel a strange sort of pity. He was a man who was so afraid of the end that he became a monument to it. He was a man who forgot that the most important part of a book is the person who closes it. I am glad I left him behind in the purple twilight. I am glad I chose the light of the sun, even if it means I will eventually fade. The notebook I gave to the man in the gray coat will probably be lost or destroyed. It might end up in a gutter or a fireplace or a trash can. That is exactly what should happen to it. It was a tool for a specific moment, and once that moment is gone, the tool is useless. I do not want to be remembered. I do not want my name to be etched into the concrete of Sector 7. I want to be a ripple in the water that eventually goes still. I want to be the dust that settles on the windowsill and is blown away by the next breeze. I finish my tea and turn out the lights. The house is dark, but it is not cold. I walk up the stairs and I do not count the steps. I do not think about the geometry of the architecture. I just feel the wood under my feet and the air in my lungs. I go into my room and I lie down on the bed. I listen to the silence and I find it full of possibilities. The library is a closed book and I am the one who walked away. I close my eyes and I wait for the morning. I do not know what it will look like, and that is the most beautiful thing of all. I am a blank page and the story is finally mine to not write. The world outside continues its rhythmic chaos. Somewhere a pipe bursts and a wall cracks and a child learns a new word. Somewhere a book is being written and another is being forgot. It is a grand and messy symphony, and I am happy to be a single silent note in the middle of it. The ink has dried and the pens are still. The shadows have retreated to the corners where they belong. I am here and I am breathing, and the ending is still a long way off. I let the darkness wrap around me like a heavy blanket, and I drift into a sleep that is deep and dreamless and entirely my own. In the distance, a train whistle blows, and it sounds like a long, low sigh of relief. The city is breathing. The earth is shifting. The archives are silent. I am no longer waiting for the heat spikes. I am no longer watching the news for seismic activity. I have learned that the only way to truly protect the future is to live in it without trying to own it. The books are gone, but the life they tried to capture is still here, pulsing in the streets and the trees and the hearts of the people who don't know they are being saved. I turn over and pull the covers up to my chin. The night is long and the air is clear, and for the first time in a very long time, I am exactly where I am supposed to be. I am nowhere at all. The sun rises over the city with a stubborn persistence that no archive could ever truly catalog. It bleeds through the gaps in my blinds and paints long strips of amber across the floorboards. I do not reach for a light meter. I do not check the angle of the rays against a protractor. I simply feel the warmth on my skin and know that the day has begun. I get out of bed and the floor creaks under my weight. It is a hollow wooden sound, a reminder of the space beneath the house, but I do not listen for the rhythmic thumping of a heart in the foundations anymore. I have learned to distinguish between the settling of a home and the breathing of a predator. Downstairs, the kettle begins to whistle. It is a sharp, domestic sound that grounds me in the immediate. I move through the kitchen with a fluidity that comes from no longer measuring my steps. I spill a few grains of sugar on the counter and leave them there. In the old life, every stray particle was a data point, a sign of entropy that needed to be managed. Now it is just sugar. It is a small mess in a world that is built on the beautiful necessity of friction. I drink my coffee and look out the window at the neighbor's garden. The weeds are winning, and the sight of them brings a strange smile to my face. They are growing without permission. They are ignoring the boundaries of the fence. They are the perfect embodiment of everything the library hates. I walk to the bookstore through the morning rush. The city is a cacophony of overlapping lives. I pass a construction site where a jackhammer is tearing into the asphalt. For a second, the vibration in the soles of my shoes feels like the low-frequency hum of the vaults, but I breathe through it. I look at the workers. They are covered in gray dust and sweat. They are building something that will eventually fall down, and they are doing it with a focused intensity that is purely human. They are not concerned with the preservation of the structure for the next 10,000 years. They are concerned with the blueprint of the day. I nod to one of them, and he wipes his forehead and nods back. We are both participants in the temporary. When I arrive at the shop, the air inside is cool and smells of old glue and vanilla. It is a scent that used to make me feel claustrophobic, but now it feels like a sanctuary. I flip the sign on the door to open and begin the process of living. There is a woman waiting at the glass. She is young, with a stack of notebooks tucked under her arm. She tells me she is looking for a book on the migration patterns of birds. She says she wants to understand how they know where to go when the sky is empty. I lead her to the science section and watch as she runs her fingers over the spines. She is not looking for a record of the past. She is looking for a way to navigate her own future. I give her a copy of a field guide with a torn cover and tell her she can have it for half price. She thanks me and leaves, her notebooks bouncing against her hip. The afternoon brings a slow trickle of regulars. There is the retired professor who only buys mysteries and the teenager who spends hours in the poetry section without ever speaking a word. I watch them and I realize that the library was wrong about the nature of information. It thought that data was the goal, but data is just the husk. The real power is in the way the information is consumed and then discarded. The professor forgets the plot of the mystery as soon as he finishes the last page. The teenager carries the rhythm of a poem in his head for a week and then replaces it with a song. They are not archives, they are filters. They take what they need and let the rest dissolve into the ether. A courier arrives at 2 o'clock with a package that has no return address. My hands tremble slightly as I take the utility knife from my pocket. The blade clicks into place with a sound that echoes in the quiet shop. I slice through the heavy tape and peel back the cardboard. Inside is a collection of loose leaf papers, yellowed and brittle. There is no note. I spread the pages out on the counter and feel the blood drain from my face. They are maps. But they are not maps of the city or the sub-basements. They are maps of the stars, drawn with a precision that suggests they were not made by looking through a telescope. The ink is a deep, iridescent purple that seems to shimmer even in the dim light of the store. I recognize the handwriting. It is the cramped, frantic script of the man in the gray coat. He has taken the warnings I gave him and he has turned them into something else. He hasn't just avoided the library. He has started to map the things it cannot touch. He has looked upward instead of downward. I trace the lines of a constellation that doesn't exist in any star chart I have ever seen. Beside it, he has written a single sentence. The silence is not a wall, it is a bridge. I feel a surge of something that might be hope or might be terror. He is still out there, and he is doing exactly what I told him to do. He is introducing errors into the system. He is creating a geography of the impossible. I take the pages to the back room and place them in the small iron stove I use for heat in the winter. I do not read the rest of them. I do not try to decipher the coordinates or the strange symbols clustered around the edges. I strike a match and watch the flame catch the corner of the first sheet. The purple ink flares bright green for a second before the paper curls into black ash. I watch until every page is gone. I am not destroying knowledge. I am protecting the mystery. If I keep these maps, they become part of a collection. They become an archive. By burning them, I turn them back into a secret. I turn them into a ghost that the library can never capture. The rest of the day passes in a blur of mundane tasks. I sweep the floor and reorganize the display in the window. I talk to a man about the weather, and I help a child find a book about a talking cat. I am a wall. I am the thing that stands between the madness and the light. I think about the man in the gray coat, and I wonder where he is now. Is he sitting on another park bench, drawing another map from memory? Is he listening to the heartbeat in the pipes and laughing because he knows it can't reach him? I hope he is safe, but more than that, I hope he is free. Safety is a condition of the vault. Freedom is a condition of the wilderness. As I am closing the shop, a shadow falls across the threshold. I look up, expecting the man in the coat, but it is a woman I have never seen before. She is wearing a dark suit that looks expensive and out of place in this neighborhood. She doesn't look at the books. She looks at me. She asks if I am the one who used to work for the city planning department. I tell her she has the wrong person. I tell her I have always been a bookseller. She smiles, and it is a cold, practiced gesture that doesn't reach her eyes. She says she is looking for a specific set of records that went missing during the transition. She says the company is willing to pay a significant finder's fee for their return. I lean against the counter and feel the weight of the utility knife in my pocket. I tell her that I deal in stories, not records. I tell her that once a thing is lost in this city, it usually stays lost. She steps closer, and I can smell the sterile scent of a laboratory. She tells me that some things are too important to be forgot. She says that the order of the world depends on the integrity of the archive. I tell her that the world has plenty of order and not enough life. I tell her that the archive is a tomb and that I am not an undertaker. She looks at me for a long time, her eyes scanning my face for a crack in the armor. She doesn't find one. I have spent months practicing the art of being a blank page. I have scrubbed the logistics from my brain and replaced them with the scent of rain and the sound of Alara's laughter. I am no longer a source of information. I am a dead end. She eventually turns and leaves, her heels clicking sharply on the sidewalk. I watch her go and I feel a cold satisfaction. They are still looking for me. They are still looking for the pieces of the puzzle that I took with me when I walked away. but they are looking for a man who doesn't exist anymore. They are looking for a specialist, and all they found was a clerk. I lock the door and walk home in the twilight. The air is thick and heavy with the scent of blooming jasmine and exhaust fumes. It is a beautiful, messy reality. I stop at a small grocery store and buy a loaf of bread and a carton of milk. I wait in line behind a woman who is arguing with the cashier about the price of eggs. I listen to the rise and fall of their voices, and I find it more musical than any symphony. It is the sound of people being alive and difficult and unpredictable. It is the sound of the world refusing to be indexed. I pay for my items and walk back out into the night. When I get home, the house is quiet. Lara is at a friend's house for a sleepover. I sit in the living room without turning on the lights. I let the darkness fill the space, but I do not feel the old dread. The dark is just the absence of light. It is not a predator. It is not a container for the things I am afraid to remember. I think about the man in the gray coat and the purple maps. I think about the woman in the suit and the missing records. I realize that the battle isn't over. The library will always be reaching out, trying to pull the world back into its cold, logical embrace. It is a fundamental force like gravity or entropy. But I am a fundamental force too. I am the resistance. I am the error in the code. Every time I refuse to remember a detail, every time I let a book be lost, every time I choose a moment over a record, I am winning. I am a small, quiet victory in a war that has no end. I go to the kitchen and cut a slice of bread. I eat it standing up, savoring the texture and the taste. It is a simple act, but it is an act of defiance. I am consuming something that cannot be archived. I am turning energy into life, and that life will eventually vanish, leaving nothing behind but the silence of a job well done. I go upstairs and lie on my bed. I listen to the sounds of the neighborhood. A dog barks in the distance. A car speeds down the street, its engine roaring for a moment before fading away. A breeze rustles the leaves of the tree outside my window. These are the sounds of the temporary. They are the sounds of a world that is constantly being written and erased in the same breath. I close my eyes and I don't see the golden haze. I don't see the archives or the desk of bone. I see a blank space, vast and inviting. It is the space where the rest of my life will happen. I think about the utility knife in my pocket. Tomorrow I will take it to the shop and use it to open more boxes. I will use it to break down the cardboard and prepare the new releases for the shelves. I will use it for its intended purpose as a tool for the living. The old habits are hard to break, but they have been repurposed. I am no longer checking the humidity to protect the records. I am checking it to see if I need to water the plants. I am no longer checking the clocks to synchronize the archives. I am checking them to see if it is time for tea. The silence of the house is a comfortable weight. It is not the silence of the vault, which is the silence of death. It is the silence of a room that is waiting for the next breath. I am content to wait with it. I am content to be the one who doesn't have the answers. If the man in the gray coat ever comes back, I will buy him a cup of coffee and we will talk about nothing at all. We will talk about the weather and the birds and the way the light hits the buildings at sunset. We will be two ghosts who decided to stay in the world of the living. I feel the sleep coming and I welcome it. It is a dark, warm tide that carries me away from the shore of my thoughts. I do not struggle against it. I do not try to hold on to the memories of the day. I let them go, knowing that they will be replaced by new ones in the morning. I am a river and the library is a dam, but the water always finds a way through the cracks. The water always reaches the sea. I drift into the emptiness, and for the first time in my life, I am not afraid of what I might find there. I am the author of my own forgetting, and the story is beautiful because it is already half gone. The night deepens and the city settles into a restless peace. Somewhere in the sub-basements, the pipes are humming and the shadows are stretching, but they have no power over me. I have closed the book. I have walked away. I am a man in a dark room, breathing in the scent of the world, and that is enough. The archives can keep the past. The future can keep itself. I have the present, and it is a gift that I will never record. I fall into the dreamless dark, and the silence that follows is the most perfect thing I have ever heard. It is the sound of a life being lived, one unrecorded moment at a time. The ink is dry, the pages are empty, and the window is open to the wind. The morning after the woman in the suit visits the shop, the air feels different. It is not the heavy, manufactured stillness of the library, but a prickly electric tension that vibrates in the gaps between the buildings. I wake up before the sun and sit on the edge of the bed listening to the house. The wood is silent. The pipes are cold. I do not feel the phantom heartbeat, but I feel the eyes of the city. They are looking for the man who knows how the foundations are laid. They are looking for the architect of their own stagnation. I get up and wash my face with cold water, letting the shock of it sharpen my senses. I am not a ghost yet. I am still made of skin and bone and secrets. I walk to the shop by a different route. I cut through an alleyway where the brick is covered in layers of peeling posters and faded graffiti. It is a record of a different kind, one that is messy and loud and constantly overwriting itself. I stop to look at a stencil of a bird with a key in its beak. The paint is fresh, the edges crisp against the grime. It feels like a signal, a message from the man in the gray coat or someone like him. I touch the brick and feel the grit under my fingernails. This is the reality I chose. It is a world of friction and decay, and it is infinitely more beautiful than the sterile perfection of the vaults. When I reach the bookstore, I do not open the door immediately. I stand on the sidewalk and look at my reflection in the glass. I see a man who looks ordinary. My coat is slightly frayed at the cuffs. My hair is thinning at the temples. I look like someone who spends his days worrying about inventory and property taxes. I look like a man who has forgotten everything important. This is my greatest achievement. I have turned my life into a camouflage. I turn the key in the lock and step inside, the bell above the door giving a cheerful, mundane ring that cuts through the morning fog. The first few hours are quiet. I spend them shelving a box of used paperbacks that arrived yesterday. They are cheap editions with broken spines and yellowed pages, the kind of books that people read on trains and then leave behind for someone else to find. They are vessels for stories that are meant to be shared, not preserved. I handle them with a reverence I never felt for the leather-bound volumes in the library. These books have been lived in. They have coffee stains on the covers and dog-eared corners. They are evidence of a conversation between the author and the reader, a conversation that is private and fleeting. At noon, a man enters the shop. He is tall and thin, with a nervous energy that makes him seem like he is vibrating. He does not look at the books. He walks straight to the counter and leans over, his eyes darting toward the back room. He asks me if I have anything by an author named Silas Thorne. I tell him I have never heard of the name. He leans closer, his breath smelling of peppermint and anxiety. He says that Thorne was a cartographer who worked for the government 50 years ago. He says that Thorne discovered a series of tunnels beneath the city that do not appear on any official map. I feel a cold ripple of recognition, but I keep my face still. I tell him that it sounds like a fascinating urban legend, but I deal mostly in fiction and general history. I suggest he try the main branch of the public library. He laughs, a short, jagged sound that sets my teeth on edge. He says the public library is a front. He says the real records are hidden in a place that doesn't exist. He looks at me with an intensity that is almost painful. He says he heard that the man who runs this shop knows things about the geography of the dark. He says he is willing to pay for a map. I look him in the eye and I see the hunger there. It is the same hunger that drove the men who built the vaults. It is the desire to know the unknowable, to pin down the shifting shadows of the world and call them a territory. I tell him that he has been misinformed. I tell him that I am just a man who sells books to pay the rent. I tell him that the only maps I have are in the travel section, and they are all at least 5 years out of date. He stares at me for a long minute, searching for the crack, for the flicker of the old life. I give him nothing. I am a blank page. I am a dead end. He eventually leaves, but he does not go far. I see him standing across the street, leaning against a lamp post and watching the shop. He is not a professional like the woman in the suit. He is an amateur, a seeker, someone who has caught a glimpse of the machinery and cannot look away. He is dangerous in a different way. He is the kind of person who will keep digging until the ground collapses beneath him. I go to the back of the shop and make a pot of tea. My hands are steady, but my mind is racing. The perimeter is being tested. The library is not just a place, it is an infection, and it is spreading through the curiosity of the desperate. I spend the afternoon in a state of heightened awareness. Every time the bell rings, I feel a jolt of adrenaline. I watch the customers, looking for the telltale signs of the archive. I look for the calculated movements, the sterile scent, the eyes that see data instead of people. But most of them are just ordinary citizens. A mother looking for a picture book, a student looking for a textbook on economics, a man looking for a gift for his wife. I help them all with a practiced smile, playing the role of the humble bookseller while the shadows grow long on the floor. When evening falls, the man across the street is still there. He is a silhouette against the orange glow of the streetlights. I decide it is time to close. I flip the sign and lock the door, but I do not turn off the lights. I go to the back room and wait. I sit in the dark, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. I think about the maps I burned. I think about the man in the gray coat. I realize that I cannot stay here forever. The shop is a beautiful dream, but it is a dream that is being haunted. The library does not forgive, and it never forgets. It is a machine designed for total recall, and I am the only missing file. I hear a soft scratching at the back door. It is not the frantic knocking of someone in trouble. It is a rhythmic, deliberate sound. I pick up the utility knife and move toward the door. I do not ask who it is. I wait. The scratching stops and a piece of paper is slid under the door. I pick it up and take it to the front of the shop where the light from the street can reach it. It is a drawing of a clock with no hands. Below it, a single word is written in the same iridescent purple ink as the maps. Run. I do not hesitate. I do not pack a bag. I do not look at the books one last time. I go to the small safe behind the counter and take out the cash I have saved. I put on my coat and head for the back door. I step out into the cool night air and melt into the shadows of the alleyway. I do not go toward my house. Laura is safe with her friends, and I have already told her what to do if I do not come home. I have prepared her for this. I have taught her that the most important thing in the world is to be someone who cannot be indexed. She knows how to disappear. I walk for hours, weaving through the city like a needle through fabric. I avoid the main thoroughfares and the areas with high-density surveillance. I move through the industrial zones where the air tastes of iron and grease. I move through the parks where the trees are dark sentinels against the sky. I am no longer a bookseller. I am a ghost again. I am a variable in an equation that the library is trying to solve. I feel a strange sense of relief. The pretense is over. The war has moved into a new phase, and I am finally moving with it. I find myself at the edge of the river. The water is black and oily, reflecting the lights of the bridges like shattered diamonds. I stand on the bank and look back at the skyline. The city looks like a circuit board, a complex web of connections and nodes. Somewhere in that web there is a building with no windows and a heart made of bone. Somewhere in that web there is a man in a gray coat who is drawing maps of the stars. I realize that I am not alone. There are others who have walked away. There are others who have seen the truth and chosen the mystery. I walk along the river until I reach a small, derelict pier. A boat is tied to one of the pilings, a low-slung barge that looks like it hasn't moved in years. A man is sitting on the deck, smoking a pipe. The smell of tobacco is sweet and heavy. He looks up as I approach, his face obscured by the brim of a hat. He does not ask my name. He does not ask where I am going. He simply gestures toward the cabin. He says the tide is turning. He says the water is deep and the current is strong. He says that once we leave the city, there is no coming back. I step onto the boat and feel the gentle sway of the hull. It is a living movement, a response to the rhythm of the river. It is not the static, heavy silence of the vaults. I look at the man and I see the same weariness in his eyes that I feel in my own soul. He is a refugee from the archive. He is a survivor of the light. I go into the cabin and sit on a narrow bunk. The air is damp and smells of salt and old wood. It is a perfect temporary place. As the boat pulls away from the pier, I watch the city recede. The lights blur into a single, glowing line. I think about the shop and the sugar on the counter and the weeds in the neighbor's garden. I think about the woman in the suit and the man with the nervous energy. They are part of a world that is trying to turn itself into a museum. They are trying to stop time, but time is a river, and it cannot be dammed forever. The leaks are everywhere. The errors are multiplying. The silence is not a wall, it is a bridge. I lie back on the bunk and close my eyes. I do not know where the boat is going. I do not know what the morning will look like. I do not know if I will ever see Alara again, but I know that she is free. I have given her the greatest gift a father can give a child in this world. I have given her the ability to be forgot. I have taught her how to live in the gaps. I have taught her that the story is hers to not write. The engine of the barge hums beneath me, a low-frequency vibration that is the opposite of the library's heartbeat. It is the sound of progress, of movement, of life moving toward an unknown destination. I feel the tension leaving my body. The archives are far away. The records are burning. The maps are being rewritten by the stars. I am a single silent note in a grand and messy symphony, and I am happy to be lost in the music. The darkness wraps around me, not as a blanket this time, but as a sea. I drift into a sleep that is deep and dreamless and entirely my own. When I wake, the light is gray and flat. We are moving through a landscape of marshes and tall grass. The city is gone. There are no buildings, no streetlights, no surveillance cameras. There is only the wind and the water and the cry of a distant bird. The man with the pipe is still at the helm, his back to me. He is a silhouette against the morning mist. I go out onto the deck and breathe in the cold, clean air. It tastes of nothing at all. It is the taste of a blank page. I look down at my hands. They are steady. They are the hands of a man who has let go of everything. I think about the utility knife in my pocket. I take it out and look at the blade. It is a simple tool, a piece of sharpened steel. I walk to the edge of the boat and drop it into the water. I watch it sink, a small flash of silver before it vanishes into the murky depths. I do not need it anymore. I am not a wall. I am not a specialist. I am just a man on a boat, moving through a world that is too big to be understood and too alive to be captured. The man at the helm turns and looks at me. He smiles, and it is a real smile, one that reaches his eyes and crinkles the skin at the corners. He asks me if I want some coffee. I tell him that sounds like a good idea. We sit on the deck and drink the bitter, hot liquid as the sun begins to burn through the mist. We do not talk about the past. We do not talk about the library or the maps or the woman in the suit. We talk about the birds. We talk about the way the light hits the water. We talk about the things that are happening right now in this moment before they are gone forever. I realize that this is the secret that the library was trying to hide. The truth isn't in the records. It isn't in the data or the archives or the long-term storage. The truth is in the transition. It is in the way the mist dissolves. It is in the way the coffee warms your throat. It is in the way the boat moves through the water, leaving a wake that disappears almost as soon as it is created. The world is not a structure to be preserved. It is a process to be experienced. I am no longer waiting for the end. I am no longer watching for the signs of collapse. I have learned that the only way to truly protect the future is to let it happen without trying to control it. The books are gone, the shop is locked, and the archives are silent. But the life they tried to capture is still here, pulsing in the marshes and the wind and the hearts of the people who have chosen to be forgot. I finish my coffee and look out at the horizon. The night was long, but the air is clear, and for the first time in my life, I am exactly where I am supposed to be. I am nowhere at all, and it is the most beautiful place I have ever been. The boat continues its slow journey through the wilderness. We pass small clusters of houses built on stilts, their wooden walls weathered by the salt and the sun. We see people fishing from the banks, their movements slow and rhythmic. They do not look like data points. They look like characters in a story that will never be finished. I feel a sense of kinship with them. We are all part of the same unrecorded history. We are all drifting toward a horizon that keeps moving. As the sun climbs higher, the mist completely vanishes, revealing a sky that is vast and impossibly blue. I think about the man in the gray coat and his maps of the stars. I look up and I see the faint outline of the moon, a pale ghost in the daylight. I realize that the silence is not an empty space. It is a container for everything that cannot be said. It is the language of the world when it is not being observed. I close my eyes and listen to the water lapping against the hull. It is a long, low sigh of relief. The ink has dried. The pens are still. The story is finally mine to not write, and the ending is still a long way off. I am here, I am breathing, and that is enough. The river widens as the morning progresses, the marshy banks giving way to ancient, gnarled forests that lean over the water as if trying to drink the reflection of the sky. The man with the pipe, whose name I still do not know, handles the tiller with a casual expertise that suggests he has spent a lifetime navigating these shifting channels. He hums a low, wordless tune that blends with the rhythmic thrum of the engine. I sit on a wooden crate and watch the way the light catches the ripples. There is no glass between me and the world now. There is no shelf to categorize the experience. I am simply a passenger on a slow-moving vessel heading toward a destination that has no name on a map. The silence between us is comfortable. It is the silence of two people who have already said everything that matters by simply being here. I think about the bookstore, the smell of old paper, and the way the bell used to ring when a customer entered. It feels like a memory from a different century, a fragment of a dream that is rapidly dissolving in the waking light. The woman in the professional suit and the nervous man seeking the cartographer are still back there, pacing the pavement and looking for a door that no longer belongs to me. They are searching for a ghost who has finally learned how to walk through walls. By midday, the heat of the sun begins to press down on the deck. The man at the helm motions for me to take a turn at the tiller while he goes below to check the engine. I stand at the back of the boat and feel the vibration of the wood through the soles of my shoes. The rudder is heavy and responsive. I have to lean into it to keep the bow pointed toward the center of the channel. It is a physical struggle, a constant negotiation with the current. This is the friction I missed in the library. In the vaults, everything was static, weighted down by the gravity of its own importance. Here, everything is fluid. If I lose my focus for a moment, the river will take us into the reeds. I look at the horizon and see a thin line of smoke rising from a chimney hidden deep in the trees. It is a sign of life that is disconnected from the grid, a small fire burning in a place that the census takers will never find. I wonder how many others are out here, living in the folds of the landscape, people who have erased their own signatures and burned their own records. I imagine a secret geography of the forgotten, a network of souls who have opted out of the grand design. We are the static in the transmission. We are the ink that refused to stay on the line. The man returns from the cabin with 2 tin plates of salted fish and hard bread. We eat in silence, the food simple and honest. It tastes of smoke and salt. He points a calloused finger toward a fork in the river ahead. He says that the left branch leads to the coast where the big ships go to cross the ocean. He says the right branch leads to the interior, to the mountains and the high plateaus where the air is thin and the stars are so bright they can blind a man who is not used to the dark. I ask him which way we are going. He shrugs and says the water decides. He says he stopped making choices a long time ago. He just follows the flow. I realize then that he is not just a guide. He is a mirror. He is what happens when a man stops fighting the current and starts becoming part of the river. I feel the last remnants of my old identity falling away. I am no longer the man who remembers the foundation. I am no longer the keeper of the secrets. I am the secret itself, moving through the world without a witness. The library can keep its archives. It can keep its leather-bound lies and its polished marble floors. It can have the past, but it cannot have this moment. This moment belongs to the wind. As the sun begins its long descent toward the west, the river narrows again. The trees grow taller and more dense, their branches weaving together overhead to create a green tunnel. The light turns emerald and gold, filtered through a million leaves. The air grows cooler and smells of damp earth and rotting vegetation. It is the smell of life in its most raw and unedited state. I see a deer standing at the edge of the water, its large eyes watching us pass with a calm, unblinking curiosity. It does not run. It does not recognize us as a threat because we are not carrying anything that can hurt it. We are just a part of the movement of the day. The man at the helm tells me that we will drop anchor soon. He says the river is treacherous at night and the sandbars shift without warning. We find a small, sheltered cove where the water is as still as a mirror. He cuts the engine and the sudden silence is deafening. It is a thick, heavy quiet that seems to push against my ears. We drop the anchor and watch the ripples spread out until they touch the shore. The world is coming to rest. I go to the bow of the boat and sit on the deck, my legs dangling over the edge. The first stars are beginning to appear, faint pinpricks of light in the deepening blue. I think about the maps again, the ones I burned in the back of the shop. I realize now that they were never meant to be used for navigation. They were meant to be used for escape. They were a way of seeing the world not as it is, but as it could be if we stopped trying to measure it. The man in the gray coat understood this. He knew that the only way to find the truth is to get lost. I hear the man with the pipe moving around in the cabin. He is lighting a small lantern and the soft yellow glow spills out onto the deck. He calls out to me, asking if I want to hear a story. I tell him no. I tell him I have had enough of stories for one lifetime. I tell him I just want to sit here and listen to the nothingness. He laughs, a soft, warm sound, and says he understands. He says the nothingness is the best story of all because it never ends and it never repeats itself. I stay on the deck for a long time, watching the stars multiply until the sky is a crowded field of light. I think about Alara. I hope she is sitting on a porch somewhere, looking at the same stars and feeling the same sense of freedom. I hope she has forgotten the sound of my voice and the look of my face. I hope she is a stranger to everyone, including herself. That is the only way to be safe in a world that wants to know everything. I close my eyes and let the darkness take me. I am not afraid. I am not hiding. I am just gone. The next few days pass in a blur of water and light. Time loses its linear quality and becomes a series of sensations. The cold sting of the morning air, the warmth of the sun on my back, the taste of the river water, the ache in my muscles from pulling on the ropes. I am becoming leaner and harder. The softness of the city is being worn away by the elements. I look at my reflection in a bucket of water and I see a stranger. My skin is tanned and lined. My eyes are clear and focused. I look like a man who has lived 1,000 years in a single week. We pass through small villages that are not on any map I have ever seen. The people there look at us with a quiet indifference. They are busy with their own lives, with the work of survival and the rituals of the seasons. They do not care about the library or the archives. They do not care about the man who knows how the foundations are laid. To them, I am just another traveler passing through on a boat. It is a beautiful, liberating feeling to be unremarkable. One evening, as we are tied up to a rotting pier near a cluster of abandoned warehouses, a woman approaches the boat. She is old, her face a map of deep wrinkles, and she is carrying a basket of apples. She offers them to us in exchange for a few matches. I give her a whole box. She takes an apple from the basket and hands it to me. She tells me that the river is changing. She says the water is getting deeper and the currents are getting stronger. She says the world is waking up. I ask her what she means. She looks at me with eyes that are as dark and deep as the river itself. She says that the things that were buried are starting to push through the surface. She says the silence is getting louder. She says that those of us who are on the water are the lucky ones because we can move when the ground starts to shake. She turns and walks away without another word, her footsteps silent on the wooden planks. I look at the apple in my hand. It is small and tart and full of juice. It is a real thing, grown in the dirt and nourished by the rain. I take a bite and feel the sharpness of it on my tongue. The woman is right. The world is waking up. The artificial stillness of the library was never sustainable. The pressure of all those recorded moments, all those suppressed secrets, was bound to find a way out. The cracks are appearing in the foundations, and the light is leaking in. The man with the pipe comes out on deck and looks at the darkening sky. He says he can feel it too. He says the air is getting heavy with the weight of things unsaid. He says we need to keep moving. He says there is a place further down the river where the water meets the sea, a place where the rules of the land no longer apply. He says that is where we will find what we are looking for. I ask him what we are looking for. He smiles and says we are looking for the end of the map. We cast off the lines and head back into the current. The engine sounds different tonight, more urgent, more determined. The boat cuts through the water with a new sense of purpose. I stand at the bow and look ahead, trying to see through the gathering gloom. The river is wide here and the banks are far away. We are in the middle of a vast, dark expanse, moving toward a horizon that is invisible. I feel a sudden surge of adrenaline. It is not the fear I felt in the city, the fear of being caught or being seen. It is the excitement of the unknown. It is the feeling of a man who has finally stepped off the edge of the world and found that he can fly. I think about the woman in the suit and the man with the nervous energy. I think about the library and the vaults and the man in the gray coat. They're all behind me now, fading into the distance like a bad dream. The river begins to smell of salt. The air becomes damp and heavy with the scent of the ocean. The current grows stronger, pulling us toward the coast. I see the first flashes of a lighthouse in the distance, a steady, rhythmic pulse of light that cuts through the dark. It is a signal, a warning, a welcome. I do not know what lies beyond the lighthouse, but I am ready to find out. I go to the cabin and find a piece of paper and a pen. I sit at the small table and try to write something down, a message, a testament, a final word. But the paper remains blank. The ink refuses to flow. I realize that there is nothing left to say. The story has moved beyond the reach of language. It is written in the movement of the boat and the sound of the waves and the breath in my lungs. I put the pen down and walk back out onto the deck. The man at the helm looks at me and nods. He knows. He has been here before. He has seen the end of the map and the beginning of the world. He hands me the pipe and tells me to take a puff. The tobacco is strong and sweet. It fills my head with a pleasant fog. I lean against the railing and watch the lighthouse get closer. The light sweeps over the boat, illuminating the deck for a brief, brilliant moment before plunging us back into the dark. I am no longer a ghost. I am no longer a man made of secrets. I am a part of the light and a part of the dark. I am the river and I am the sea. I am the silence and I am the song. I am here and that is all that matters. The boat moves forward into the spray and the salt and the infinite, beautiful unknown. The map ends here and the journey begins. The waves grow larger as we approach the mouth of the river. The boat begins to toss and turn, responding to the power of the open water. I feel the spray on my face, cold and invigorating. The man at the helm is shouting something over the roar of the surf, but I cannot hear him. It doesn't matter, I know what he is saying. He is saying that we are free. He is saying that the archive can no longer find us. He is saying that we have reached the place where the shadows are real and the light is honest. I look back one last time at the land. I see the faint glow of the city on the horizon, a dying ember in the night. I think about the people there sleeping in their beds, surrounded by their records and their memories. I think about the library standing like a tombstone in the center of the grid. I feel a moment of pity for them, for their need to be remembered, for their fear of being forgot. They are the ones who are lost. They are the ones who are trapped in a story that someone else wrote. The boat plunges into a large wave, and for a moment we are submerged in white foam. Then we rise again, higher than before, and I see the ocean stretching out before us, a vast, dark plain that goes on forever. There are no landmarks here. There are no borders. There are no maps. There is only the movement and the rhythm and the endless, beautiful mystery. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly. The air is cold and clean and full of possibilities. I am ready. I am ready for the morning. I am ready for the storm. I am ready for the silence. I am ready to be whoever I am supposed to be in this new world. I am ready to be forgot. I am ready to be free. The boat moves into the heart of the darkness, and I move with it, a single silent note in a grand and messy symphony, lost in the music found in the sea. The transition from the river to the sea is a violent birth. The boat groans as it climbs the backs of waves that have traveled 1,000 miles to meet us. The man at the tiller is no longer humming. He is a silhouette of pure concentration, his legs braced against the tilting deck, his hands white-knuckled on the wood. I find myself crawling toward the mast, my fingers digging into the rough grain of the planks. The salt air is thick enough to chew. It stings my eyes and coats my skin in a fine, sticky grit that feels like a new suit of armor. There is no more talk of stories or silence. There is only the roar of the water and the scream of the wind through the rigging. We are being unmade by the scale of the world. For hours, the darkness is absolute, broken only by the phosphorescent glow of the foam as it crashes over the bow. Each wave is a wall of cold weight that threatens to erase us. I realized then that the library was a place of safety not because of its knowledge, but because of its lack of motion. In the vaults, truth was something you could hold in your hand. Out here, truth is the fact that the boat is still upright. The truth is the rhythm of my own heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I look for the lighthouse, but it has vanished behind the swell. The coast is gone. The river is a memory. We are a speck of wood and iron in a desert of liquid salt. When the sun finally begins to bleed into the horizon, it does not bring the gentle gold of the river. It is a harsh, bruised purple that illuminates a world of chaotic peaks and valleys. The sea is a deep, bruised iron color. The man with the pipe looks at me through the spray. His eyes are bloodshot and his face is caked with salt, but he is smiling. It is the smile of a man who has just survived a hanging. He gestures toward the east, where the water seems to flatten out into a shimmering plain. He tells me that we have crossed the shelf. He says the deep water is kinder than the shore. I find that I believe him. The violence of the transition was the price of entry. Now that we are truly away, the ocean seems to settle into a long, rhythmic breathing. We spend the morning bailing out the hull and drying our clothes in the mounting heat. The boat smells of wet wool and old wood. I find a coil of rope and sit on it, watching the horizon. There is nothing to see. No ships, no birds, no land. It is a perfect, terrifying void. I think about the maps again. I think about the way we try to fill the empty spaces with names and lines. We do it because the emptiness is a mirror. If there is nothing out there to define us, we have to define ourselves. I look at my hands. They are scarred and stained, the fingernails broken and dirty. These are not the hands of a librarian. These are the hands of a man who has touched the edge of the world. The man at the helm calls me over. He asks me if I know how to navigate by the sun. I tell him I know the theory, the mathematics of angles and shadows. He shakes his head and tells me to forget the math. He tells me to feel the warmth on my face and the way the light hits the water. He says the sun is a guide, but the sea is the map. He shows me how to read the color of the swells and the direction of the spray. He says the water tells you where the land is, even when you cannot see it. It is a language without words, a system of signs that has never been written down. I realize that I am learning a new kind of literacy. I am learning how to read the world before it was translated into ink. As the day progresses, the heat becomes a physical presence. It bakes the salt into my skin until I feel like a statue. We share a skin of lukewarm water and a handful of dried fruit. The man tells me about the islands in the far south. He says they are places where the trees grow tall enough to touch the clouds and the fish are the color of jewels. He says the people there do not have names for yesterday or tomorrow. They only have a name for the now. I ask him if he has ever been there. He says he has been everywhere and nowhere. He says the destination is just an excuse to keep the boat moving. The movement is the only thing that is real. I find myself thinking about the man in the gray coat. I wonder if he ever made it to the water, or if he is still wandering the hallways of the library, looking for a door that leads to the stars. I feel a strange sense of gratitude toward him. He was the one who showed me the first crack in the wall. He was the one who proved that the archives were incomplete. I realize now that the most important things are always the things that are missing. The gaps in the record are where the soul lives. The silence between the words is where the truth hides. I am living in the gap now. I am the missing page in the ledger. By late afternoon, the wind picks up again, but this time it is a steady, purposeful breeze. We hoist a small, patched sail that I didn't even know we had. The boat leaps forward, the engine finally silent. The sound of the wind in the canvas is like a long, sustained note on a flute. It is the sound of pure efficiency. We are no longer fighting the elements. We are using them. I stand at the bow and watch the flying fish scatter like silver coins across the surface. I feel a sense of peace that I have never known before. It is not the peace of a man who has found his way home. It is the peace of a man who has realized that he doesn't need a home. The sun begins to set and the sky turns into a masterpiece of fire and blood. The clouds are piled up like mountain ranges on the horizon, their peaks glowing with an inner light. I watch the colors change from orange to pink to a deep royal blue. The man with the pipe joins me at the railing. He says that every sunset is a funeral for the day that was. He says we should be glad to see it go. Tomorrow is a new world, a new sea, a new self. He asks me if I regret leaving. I look at the vast, darkening expanse of the ocean and I think about the small, cramped life I left behind. I think about the dust and the paper and the endless, pointless counting of things. I tell him no. I tell him I only regret that I didn't leave sooner. The first stars begin to appear and they are different out here. They are not the cold, distant points of light I saw from the city. They are vibrant and pulsing, hanging so low that it feels like I could reach out and pluck them from the sky. The man points out the constellations, but he doesn't use the names from the books. He calls them the Great Anchor, the Silver Fish, and the Path of the Wanderer. He tells me stories about the stars, stories of gods who fell in love with the sea and giants who built bridges of light across the void. I listen to his voice, low and rhythmic, and I feel the weight of the universe pressing down on me. It is a heavy weight, but it is not a burden. It is an embrace. I go below deck to find a place to sleep. The cabin is small and cramped, filled with the smell of diesel and old rope. I lie down on a narrow bunk and listen to the water rushing past the hull just inches from my ear. The vibration of the boat is a lullaby. I think about the woman in the professional suit. I wonder if she's still standing on the pier, looking at the empty river and wondering where I went. I hope she finds what she is looking for, but I know she never will. You cannot find something that has ceased to exist. You cannot catch a man who has become the wind. I fall into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I wake, the sun is already up and the boat is anchored in a small turquoise lagoon. The water is so clear that I can see the shadows of the clouds on the sandy bottom. In the center of the lagoon is a small island, a tuft of green palms surrounded by a ring of white sand. It looks like a postcard, a fragment of a dream made solid. The man with the pipe is already on the beach, pulling a small skiff onto the shore. He waves at me to join him. I dive into the water and swim toward the island. The water is warm and salty, and it feels like silk against my skin. I reach the shore and stand up, the sand crunching between my toes. It is the first time I have stood on solid ground in days, and the world feels unstable, as if the land itself is trying to learn how to float. I walk up the beach and find the man sitting under a palm tree, opening a coconut with a large knife. He hands me a piece of the white meat. It is sweet and cool. He tells me that this island has no name. He says it appears and disappears with the tides. He says the people who come here are people who have nowhere else to go. I look around and see the remains of a small hut, its thatched roof long gone. There are a few rusted cans and a piece of broken glass half buried in the sand. These are the only traces of those who came before. They are not records. They are not data points. They are just echoes of a life lived in the present tense. We spend the day exploring the island. It is small enough to walk around in 20 minutes, but it feels like a continent. Every shell, every leaf, every grain of sand is a world unto itself. I find a tide pool filled with tiny, translucent shrimp that dance in the light. I watch them for an hour, fascinated by their delicate, frantic energy. They do not know about the library. They do not know about the foundations of the world. They only know the water and the light. I envy them their simplicity. As the tide begins to come in, the man tells me it is time to go. He says the island will be underwater by midnight. We row back to the boat and pull up the anchor. As we move away, I watch the island shrink into the distance until it is just a green speck on the horizon. I realize that I don't need to stay there to be free. The freedom isn't in the place. It's in the movement. It's in the willingness to let go of the shore. The days turn into weeks. We sail through storms that turn the world into a screaming gray chaos, and we drift through calms where the water is as flat as a sheet of glass. My old life is a ghost, a pale flicker of a memory that no longer has the power to haunt me. I have stopped trying to count the days. I have stopped trying to remember the names of the streets or the titles of the books. I am a man without a history, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever been. One afternoon, we see a large ship on the horizon. It is a massive, black-hulled vessel trailing a long plume of soot-colored smoke. It looks like a monster from another age, a relic of the world of iron and order. The man at the tiller watches it through a pair of battered binoculars. He says it is a census ship, a vessel sent out by the central authorities to map the islands and register the inhabitants. He says they are looking for people like us. He says they want to bring everything back into the grid. I feel a flash of the old fear, a cold knot in my stomach. I look at our small, weathered boat and then at the massive ship. We are nothing compared to them. They have the power of the state behind them. They have the maps and the laws and the guns. But then I look at the man with the pipe. He isn't afraid. He is laughing. He tells me to look at the water between us and the ship. He points to a line of white water, a hidden reef that stretches for miles across the mouth of the bay. He says the big ship can't follow us there. He says their maps are old and their hulls are too deep. He turns the tiller and we head straight for the white water. The boat bounces and jars as we hit the broken waves, but the man knows the path. He weaves us through the jagged rocks and the churning foam with the grace of a dancer. I look back and see the census ship slowing down, its massive engines churning the water as it realizes the danger. It hoots a long, frustrated blast of its horn, a sound that echoes across the water like the cry of a dying beast. We are already through. We are in the shallow, turquoise water on the other side, where the sun shines on the white sand and the world is quiet. We sail on, leaving the monster behind. I realize then that the library can only reach as far as its own understanding. It can only control what it can measure. There will always be places that are too shallow, too shifting, or too vast for the grid to encompass. There will always be people who choose to live in the white water. We are the exceptions that prove the rule. We are the variables that refuse to be solved. That night the sea is calm and the moon is full. It casts a silver path across the water, a road of light that seems to lead to the very edge of the sky. I sit on the deck and watch the moon, thinking about the man in the gray coat and his maps of the stars. I think about the way he looked at the sky as if he was looking for a way home. I realize now that he wasn't looking for a place. He was looking for a state of being. He was looking for the moment when the map and the world become the same thing. I lie back on the deck and look at the stars. I am no longer trying to find my way. I am no longer trying to escape. I am simply here. The boat moves forward, driven by a wind I cannot see, toward a destination I do not need to know. The water laps against the hull, a steady, rhythmic heartbeat. The air is cool and smells of salt and old stories. I close my eyes and let the rhythm take me. I am a passenger on a slow-moving vessel heading toward the end of the map, and for the first time in my life, I am exactly where I am supposed to be. The silence is no longer a container for what cannot be said. It is the thing itself. It is the language of the world when it is finally at rest. I listen to the breathing of the sea and the creak of the wood. I am a part of the movement. I am a part of the light. I am the ink that has finally found the edge of the page and kept going into the white space, into the beautiful, unwritten future. The story is not finished. It has only just begun. I am here. I am breathing. And that is enough. That is more than enough. It is everything. The morning brings a change in the texture of the air. It is no longer just salt and heat. There is a scent of damp earth and rotting vegetation, a heavy green smell that suggests land is hiding just beyond the curve of the world. The man at the tiller has put away his pipe. He stands tall, his eyes narrowed against the glare of the sun on the water. He tells me that the currents are shifting. He says the water is getting shallower, though to my eyes it still looks like a bottomless blue throat. He points to a line of birds on the horizon, tiny black specks that rise and fall like a pulse. They are white-tailed tropic birds, he says, and they never stray too far from a solid perch. We adjust the trim of the sail. The boat feels lighter now, as if it shares our anticipation. I spend the hours sharpening a small knife against a whetstone, the rhythmic scrape providing a counterpoint to the slap of the waves. My mind is quiet. The frantic need to categorize and label has been bleached out of me by the sun. I no longer wonder about the name of the bird or the genus of the fish that leaps beside the hull. I only see the flash of white and the silver arc of a body returning to the deep. I am learning to exist without the mediation of a page. By midday, the green smell becomes an undeniable weight. Then a smudge appears on the horizon. It is not the sharp, artificial line of a city or the jagged gray of a cliff. It is a soft, vibrating emerald that seems to float between the sky and the sea. As we draw closer, the smudge resolves into a dense canopy of trees, their roots tangled in the surf. There are no docks here. There are no stone piers or harbor masters with clipboards. There is only the raw interface of the jungle and the tide. The man steers us toward a break in the foliage where a dark ribbon of freshwater spills into the brine. This is a place where the maps fail, he says. The silt moves too fast for the printers to keep up. One day there is a channel, the next there is a forest. We drop the sail and use long wooden poles to guide the boat into the mouth of the creek. The transition is immediate. The roar of the ocean is swallowed by the hum of insects and the shrieking of hidden birds. The light turns a bruised, filtered gold as the branches reach out to lace themselves together over our heads. We glide through a cathedral of living wood. The air is thick and wet, clinging to my lungs like a warm cloth. I see shadows moving in the undergrowth, the shifting shapes of things that have never been counted by a census or described in a manual. The man tells me to watch the water. He says the shadows beneath the surface are more important than the ones on the bank. I see the flick of a tail, the slow ripple of a predator, the silver dart of a school of fry. Life here is a constant, churning process of consumption and rebirth. It is messy and loud and utterly indifferent to the concepts of order or history. We moor the boat to a massive, gnarled root that looks like the limb of a sleeping giant. The man says we will stay here for a few days to gather fruit and fresh water. He hands me a woven basket and tells me to follow the stream inland. He warns me not to lose sight of the water. In the green world, he says, the eyes are easily deceived. The trees look alike, the shadows play tricks, and the ground can turn to liquid beneath your feet. He tells me to trust my skin more than my sight. I step off the boat and onto the mud. It is a strange sensation, the feeling of the earth yielding and then holding firm. I walk slowly, my senses heightened to the point of pain. Every snap of a twig sounds like a gunshot. Every rustle of a leaf makes me freeze. But as I move deeper into the shade, the fear begins to dissolve into a profound sense of belonging. I am not an intruder here. I am simply another organism moving through the heat. I find a cluster of broad-leafed plants heavy with purple fruit. I taste one, and it is like eating a cloud of honey and rain. I fill the basket and sit by the stream, watching the light filter through the canopy. I think about the library again, but it feels like a dream I had a long time ago. I try to remember the feeling of the cold stone floors and the smell of old parchment, but the memory is thin and translucent. It has no substance in this place of mud and sap. I realize that the archives were a way of trying to stop time, to freeze the world into a series of static images. But the world cannot be frozen. It is a river, and you can either drown trying to dam it, or you can learn to swim. I return to the boat as the light begins to fail. The man has built a small fire on a patch of dry sand. He is roasting a fish he caught while I was away. We eat in silence, the only sound the crackle of the flames and the distant, rhythmic booming of the surf against the outer reef. He asks me if I miss the books. I tell him that I am learning a different kind of reading. I tell him that a leaf has more information in it than 1,000 pages of botany if you know how to look at it. He nods and smiles, his teeth white in the firelight. He says that the world is the only book that never lies because it never tries to tell the truth. It just is. We sleep on the deck under a canopy of stars that are partially obscured by the overhanging branches. The night is a symphony of clicks, whirs, and low, guttural calls. I feel the boat rising and falling with the tide, a gentle rocking that connects me to the pulse of the planet. I dream of a library where the books are made of water and the ink is made of light. I dream of a man who walks through the stacks and turns into a bird. When I wake, I feel a sense of lightness that is almost like floating. The next morning, we head further upstream. The creek narrows until the branches brush against the sides of the hull. We pass a small clearing where a group of people are standing by the water. They are dark-skinned and lean, their bodies painted with patterns that mimic the dappled light of the forest. They do not wave or shout. They simply watch us pass with a calm, steady gaze. They have no iron tools, no woven cloth, no machines. They look like they are a part of the landscape, as much a feature of the woods as the ferns or the vines. The man tells me they are the people of the Gap. He says they are the ones who walked off the map centuries ago and never bothered to find their way back. They have no history because they do not believe in the past. They have no laws because they do not believe in the future. They live in a perpetual state of now. I watch them until they are swallowed by the green, and I feel a pang of envy. They have achieved the ultimate freedom. They have become invisible to the system. We reach a point where the stream becomes a series of shallow rapids. We can go no further by boat. The man tells me that this is where he leaves me. He says he has business further down the coast, a meeting with a man who trades in spices and secrets. He points to a narrow trail that leads up the side of a ridge. He says the trail leads to a village on the other side of the mountains, a place where people live without names. He says I will find what I am looking for there if I am willing to stop looking. I gather my few belongings and stand on the bank. I look at the man who saved me from the river of ink. He looks older now, his face a map of all the places he has been and all the storms he has weathered. I realize I never even asked him his name. I realize it doesn't matter. Names are for the people who stay behind. For those of us on the move, a name is just a heavy coat that gets in the way. I thank him, but the words feel small and inadequate. He just waves a hand and tells me to keep my head down and my heart open. I watch the boat drift back down the creek until it disappears around a bend. Then I turn and begin to climb. The trail is steep and slippery, the air growing cooler as I ascend. My lungs burn and my muscles ache, but it is a good pain. It is the pain of effort, the pain of being alive. I reach the top of the ridge and look back. I can see the vast, shimmering expanse of the ocean, the green fringe of the coast, and the silver thread of the creek. From up here, the world looks like a single, unified organism, a breathing tapestry of light and shadow. I look toward the interior. There are mountains covered in mist, valleys filled with shadows, and rivers that wind like veins through the earth. There are no roads, there are no fences. There is only the wild, beautiful, terrifying unknown. I take a step forward and then another. I feel the weight of the library falling away from me page by page, chapter by chapter. I am no longer a character in someone else's story. I am the hand that holds the pen and the page is blank. I walk through the day and into the evening. I find a small cave to sleep in and I eat the last of the purple fruit. The silence of the mountains is different from the silence of the sea. It is a solid, grounding silence, the silence of stone and time. I lie down and close my eyes, and for the first time I do not think about what comes next. I do not plan, I do not worry. I simply exist in the space between one breath and the next. Days pass. I follow the trail as it winds through high meadows and deep canyons. I see animals I cannot name and plants that defy description. I drink from cold, clear springs and sleep under the open sky. My body becomes hard and lean, my skin bronzed by the sun and toughened by the wind. I am losing the language of the city. I am forgetting the words for taxes and schedules and deadlines. I am learning the language of the wind in the grass and the thunder in the peaks. Eventually, I see smoke rising from a valley below. It is a thin, blue spiral that speaks of a hearth and a home. I descend the slope and find a cluster of small, stone houses nestled beside a rushing river. The people here are like the ones I saw in the forest, but their eyes are different. They are the eyes of people who have seen the world and chosen to leave it. They welcome me without questions. They give me a bowl of hot broth and a place to sit by the fire. There is a woman in the village who reminds me of the one in the professional suit, but her face is lined with laughter instead of stress. She asks me where I come from. I tell her I come from a place of paper. She smiles and says that paper is a poor foundation for a life. She says that here they build with stone and wood and breath. She tells me that if I want to stay, I must learn how to work with my hands. She says the mind is a useful tool, but it is a terrible master. I stay. I learn how to carve wood, how to weave grass, how to read the signs of the coming winter. I learn that a community is not a collection of data points, but a web of relationships and shared labor. We celebrate the harvest and we mourn the dead, but we do not keep records. We do not need to remember what happened 100 years ago because we are too busy living what is happening now. The past is a shadow that fades as the sun rises. One evening, as I am sitting on a rock overlooking the river, I see a man walking up the trail from the coast. He is wearing a gray coat that is tattered and stained, and he carries a heavy bag over his shoulder. My heart skips a beat. I think of the man in the library, the one who showed me the crack in the world. As he draws closer, I see that it is not him, but someone like him. Another wanderer, another refugee from the world of ink. He stops beside me and sets down his bag. He looks at the village, the river, and the mountains. He takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. He asks me if this is the end of the world. I look at the sun setting behind the peaks, casting long, golden shadows across the valley. I think about the library, the census ship, and the man with the pipe. I think about the boat and the sea and the green heart of the jungle. I look at my scarred, steady hands and the simple, honest life I have found. I tell him that it is not the end of the world. I tell him it is the beginning. I tell him that the map ends here, but the journey goes on forever. He smiles, a weary, hopeful expression that I recognize from my own reflection. He asks me if there is a place for him here. I stand up and gesture toward the firelight in the valley below. I tell him there is always a place for someone who is willing to be forgotten. We walk down the trail together, two silent notes in the grand and messy symphony, lost in the mountains, found in the light. The night falls and the stars come out, pulsing with the same vibrant energy I saw from the boat. They are the great anchor, the silver fish, and the path of the wanderer. They are the only guides we need. As we reach the first house, I hear the sound of someone singing. It is a song without words, a melody that rises and falls like the tide. It is the sound of a world that is finally at peace with itself. I step into the warmth of the firelight and I let the song carry me home. The story is not finished. It is being written in every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of silence. And for the first time, I am the one holding the pen. The seasons in the valley do not follow the Gregorian calendar or the fiscal quarters of the city. Instead, they move with the ripening of the mountain plum and the thickening of the mountain goat's coat. I have learned that time is not a line stretching toward an invisible finish line, but a circle that breathes. My hands, once soft and stained with the purple ink of the archives, are now mapped with the calluses of a life lived against the grain of wood and the cold of river stone. I no longer reach for a pen when the sun rises. I reach for the handle of the adze. The man in the gray coat who arrived at sunset has taken up residence in a small hut near the edge of the northern slope. His name, if he ever had one that mattered, has been replaced by the title of weaver. He does not weave cloth, but rather stories and news from the lowlands. He speaks of a world that is becoming increasingly obsessed with its own reflection. He tells us of cities where every movement is recorded by glass eyes perched on iron poles, and of libraries that have been digitized into nothingness, their physical bodies burned to make room for more machines. He speaks of a great hunger for certainty that is eating the soul of the coast. We listen to him around the communal fire, but his words feel like reports from a distant planet. The reality of the valley is too thick to be pierced by the anxieties of the grid. When he speaks of the loss of history, the woman who leads us, the one with the laughter-lined face, simply points to the river. She says that the water has no memory of the mountain it left behind, yet it knows exactly how to reach the sea. We are the water, she says. We do not need to remember the mountain to be the river. As the first frost begins to lace the edges of the ferns, I find myself drawn to the high ridges. There is a specific kind of clarity that comes with the cold. It strips away the lingering noise of my old life. I climb until the air is thin and the silence is so heavy it rings in my ears. From these heights, I can see the distant smudge of the ocean, a reminder of the slow-moving vessel and the man with the pipe. I wonder if he is still navigating the shifting silt of the delta, or if he has finally found a place where the water is too shallow for any boat to follow. One afternoon, while searching for dry fuel for the winter stores, I discover a cave hidden behind a curtain of frozen moss. It is not the cave I slept in during my first nights here. This one feels intentional. Inside, the walls are covered in pigments made from crushed berries and soot. There are no words, no dates, no names. Instead, there are drawings of hands, hundreds of them pressed against the stone in shades of ochre and red. They are the marks of those who came before the people of the Gap, and those who will come after the valley is forgotten. I press my own palm against a bare patch of stone. The rock is ice gold, but it feels more alive than any parchment I ever touched in the great archive. This is the true record. It does not seek to explain or to categorize. It simply says, I was here. I breathed this air. I saw this light. It is a testament to the brief, flickering miracle of existence. I realized then that the man in the gray coat in the library was not trying to save the books. He was trying to save the impulse to leave a mark, to find a way to connect the internal world with the external one. The winter settles into the valley with a quiet ferocity. The world turns white and gray, a landscape of charcoal sketches. We spend the long nights indoors, huddled around hearths that smell of cedar and dried peat. This is the time of the inner journey. Without the distractions of labor in the fields or the gathering of fruit, the mind turns inward. In the city, this would be a time of madness, a time when the lack of external stimulation would drive people to tear at the walls of their own skulls. But here, it is a time of deep, resonant peace. I share my hut with the weaver. He spends his days carving small flutes from fallen branches. The music he makes is haunting, a series of low, mournful notes that seem to mimic the wind in the crags. He tells me that in the city, he was a mathematician. He spent his life trying to find a formula for happiness, a way to calculate the exact variables of human satisfaction. He tells me he failed because he forgot to include the wind. He forgot that the most important parts of life are the ones that cannot be measured. We talk about the nature of freedom. He argues that true freedom is the ability to choose one's own cage. I argue that true freedom is the realization that there are no cages, only the illusions we build out of fear. We watch the snow fall through the small window, a steady, hypnotic descent of white stars. We are safe here, not because the world has forgotten us, but because we have stopped asking the world to remember. When the spring finally breaks, it does so with a roar. The river, swollen with meltwater, becomes a thundering beast that shakes the very foundations of the valley. The green returns in a sudden, violent surge as if the earth is impatient to begin again. We emerge from our huts like insects crawling out of the bark. There is work to be done. The fields must be cleared, the roofs repaired, the stores replenished. During the height of the planting season, a stranger arrives from the southern passes. He is young, his eyes wide with a terror that I recognize. He is carrying a bundle of papers, clutched to his chest as if they are the last scraps of oxygen in a vacuum. He tells us that the census takers are coming. He says the empire is expanding its maps, sending out legions of surveyors and clerks to reclaim the blank spaces. They are looking for the variables that refuse to be solved. They are looking for us. The news ripples through the village like a stone dropped in a still pond. There is no panic, only a somber, focused energy. The woman with the laughter-lined face calls us together. She says that a map is only a piece of paper and a surveyor is only a man with a tripod. They can measure the distance between the trees, but they cannot measure the spirit of the woods. They can record our names, but they cannot own our souls. We decide to move. It is the way of the people of the Gap. When the world catches up, you simply step further into the unknown. We gather what we can carry. We leave the stone houses and the well-tended fields. We leave the cave of hands and the river that knows the way to the sea. We head deeper into the mountains, toward the high plateaus where the air is too thin for empires and the ground is too rugged for wheels. As we climb, I look back one last time. I see the valley, a lush emerald pocket in the gray stone. I see the thin trail we left behind, and then I see them. A line of dark figures at the mouth of the valley, moving with the mechanical precision of a clockwork toy. They are setting up their instruments. They are unfolding their maps. They are preparing to turn the living, breathing world into a series of coordinates and categories. I feel a flash of the old anger, the old desire to run back and tear their papers to shreds. But then I look at the people around me. I see the weaver carrying his flutes. I see the woman leading the way with a steady, rhythmic stride. I see the young man who brought the news, his bundle of papers now discarded by the side of the trail, his hands free to grip the climbing rope. The anger fades, replaced by a profound sense of irony. Let them map the valley. Let them name the peaks and measure the depths of the river. By the time they have finished their drawings, we will be somewhere else. We will be the shadows they cannot capture, the echoes they cannot record. We are the ink that has run off the edge of the page. We are the story that refuses to end with a period. The climb is harder than the last one. The terrain is a labyrinth of shattered granite and hidden crevasses, but we move with a collective grace, a shared understanding of the rhythm of the ascent. We help each other over the ledges. We share our water and our strength. We are no longer individuals trying to escape a system. We are a single organism, a migratory flock seeking a new horizon. We reach the high plateau as the sun is setting. It is a vast, desolate landscape of wind-scoured stone and hardy, low-growing scrub. It looks like the surface of the moon, yet there is a raw, brutal beauty to it. There are no trees here to hide in, no rivers to follow. There is only the sky, vast and indifferent, and the stars that are already beginning to prick through the violet dusk. We set up a temporary camp in the lee of a massive boulder. The air is freezing, but we do not build a fire. We do not want to give the surveyors a target. We huddle together for warmth, our breath mingling in the cold air. The weaver takes out one of his flutes and plays a melody so soft it is almost a whisper. It is a song of the high places, a song of the wind and the stone. I lie on my back and look at the stars. They are closer here, more vivid and terrifying than I have ever seen them. I think about the man in the gray coat and his maps of the constellations. I realize now that he wasn't trying to find a home among the stars. He was trying to remind us that we are made of the same light. We are part of the same infinite, unmappable expanse. I am no longer afraid of the census takers or the surveyors. I am no longer afraid of being forgot. In fact, I crave it. To be forgotten by the world of ink is to be remembered by the world of light. To be lost on the map is to be found in the moment. I close my eyes and listen to the breathing of my companions, a steady, rhythmic heartbeat that matches the pulse of the mountain. The morning brings a new kind of light. It is a hard, brilliant gold that seems to burn away the last vestiges of the old world. We begin to move again, heading toward the furthest peaks. We do not know what lies on the other side. We do not need to know. The journey is the destination. The movement is the life. I feel a strange sensation in my chest, a lightness that is almost painful. It is the feeling of a heavy coat being lifted from my shoulders. It is the feeling of a page being turned. I am no longer the librarian. I am no longer the refugee. I am the wanderer. I am the variable. I am the silence between the words. We walk into the light, our shadows stretching out behind us like the ghosts of the people we used to be. The wind howls across the plateau, a wild, untamed music that drowns out the memory of the city. We are the people of the gap, and we are moving into the beautiful, unwritten future. The map has ended. The world has begun. I am here. I am breathing. And that is enough. That is everything. As the days turn into weeks, the high plateau gives way to a hidden basin, a place where the earth seems to have folded in on itself to protect a secret garden. Here, the water does not flow in rivers, but bubbles up from the ground in warm, mineral-rich springs. The air is thick with the scent of ancient moss and the songs of birds that have no names in any language. We have found a place that the surveyors will never reach, a place where the mountains themselves act as a shield against the hunger of the empire. We begin to build again, but this time we build differently. We do not use stone or wood in the traditional sense. We weave our homes into the living landscape, using the natural contours of the earth and the strength of the growing vines. We become part of the architecture of the basin. Our presence is a whisper, not a shout. I spend my afternoons by the largest spring, watching the steam rise into the cool mountain air. The The weaver sits beside me, his hands busy with a new kind of craft. He is making beads from the polished stones he finds in the water, stringing them together to represent the movements of the stars. He says it is a map that changes every time you touch it. It is a map of the present, not the past. The woman with the laughter-lined face comes to join us. She looks at the horizon, her eyes clear and untroubled. She says that the empire will eventually collapse under the weight of its own records. She says that a system that tries to control everything will eventually control nothing. The more they try to map the world, the more the world will slip through their fingers. We are the part that slipped through. We are the ink that refused to dry. We are the variables that found their own solution. I look at my hands, now scarred and strong, and I feel a deep, abiding gratitude for the river of ink that brought me here. If I had not lived in the shadows of the library, I would never have known the value of the light. If I had not been a prisoner of the map, I would never have known the joy of being lost. The sun begins to set, casting a long, golden path across the basin. It looks like the road of light I saw on the sea, but this time it leads home. I stand up and walk toward the communal fire where the others are gathering. There is a sense of belonging here that transcends language and history. We are a family of choice, a tribe of the unmapped. The night falls and the stars come out, pulsing with a vibrant, living energy. I look up and I see the great anchor, the silver fish, and the path of the wanderer. But I also see new patterns, patterns that I have named for the people in this valley. I see the weaver's flute, the laughter of the woman, and the hands of the ancestors. I am the one holding the pen, but I am no longer writing a story. I am living it. Every breath is a sentence. Every heartbeat is a paragraph. Every day is a new chapter in a book that will never be finished. I am here. I am breathing. And for the first time in my life, I know exactly who I am. I am the man who walked off the map and found the world. The silence of the basin is not a void but a presence. It is a thick, velvety texture that wraps around the skin and settles into the lungs. In the early mornings, before the sun has climbed over the jagged teeth of the eastern peaks, the world is a study in shades of indigo and slate. I wake not to the chime of a clock or the call of a guard, but to the rhythmic thrum of the earth itself. It is a low-frequency vibration that I feel in the marrow of my bones. I lie still for a long time, watching the way the mist coils through the open weave of my shelter. My home is a living thing, a lattice of willow and woven tall grass that smells of damp earth and sweet resin. It does not stand against the wind, it breathes with it. I step outside and feel the frost-nipped grass beneath my bare feet. My skin has become a topographical map of this new life, toughened by the elements and darkened by the sun. I make my way to the central spring. The water is a gift from the deep places, rising up at a temperature that matches the heat of a human body. I submerge my hands and watch the steam rise to meet the fading stars. There is a profound holiness in this simple act of washing. In the city, water was a commodity, something that flowed through lead pipes and was measured by meters. Here, it is the blood of the mountain. It is a constant reminder that we are guests in a house that was built long before our species learned to walk upright. The weaver is already awake. He is sitting on a flat stone near the edge of the water, his fingers moving with a dexterity that seems almost supernatural. He is no longer making flutes. Instead, he is working with the fibers of the mountain flax, twisting them into long, supple cords. He tells me that he is building a bridge of memory. He says that we do not need to write our history down to keep it alive. We can knot it into the things we use every day. Each twist of the fiber is a thought, each knot a significant event. He is creating a physical manifestation of our time in the basin, a record that can be felt in the dark. It is a beautiful, tactile language that requires no eyes to read. As the sun clears the ridge, the basin is flooded with a light so intense it feels like a physical weight. This is the hour of the Great Awakening. The others emerge from their dwellings, moving with a quiet purpose. There is no hierarchy here, no overseer to assign tasks. We move according to the needs of the day and the whispers of our own intuition. Some go to the high slopes to gather the bitter greens that grow in the crevices of the rocks. Others tend to the small plots of hardy grain we have managed to coax from the thin soil. My task for the day is to explore the western edge of the basin, where the cliffs drop off into a series of hidden canyons. I carry a small pack made of cured hide and a staff of seasoned ash. The terrain is difficult, a chaotic jumble of boulders and scree, but I move with a confidence that would have been unthinkable to the man I used to be. My body has learned the language of gravity. I know which stones will hold my weight and which will slide. I know how to find the path of least resistance through the dense thickets of mountain laurel. I am no longer fighting the landscape, I am participating in it. By midday, I reach a vantage point that overlooks a deep, narrow gorge. The walls are sheer and smooth, polished by eons of wind and water. At the bottom, a thin ribbon of silver snakes through the shadows. I sit on the edge of the abyss and let my legs dangle over the side. The scale of the world here is so vast that it hums with a terrifying majesty. I think of the great archive, with its endless rows of shelves and its stifling atmosphere of preserved decay. I think of the clerks hunched over their desks, trying to squeeze the entirety of human experience into the narrow confines of a ledger. From this height, the very idea of an empire seems like a fever dream, a collective hallucination born of a fear of the dark. I see a movement in the distance, a flash of white against the gray stone. It is a mountain goat navigating a ledge so narrow it seems impossible. It moves with a terrifying grace, a creature perfectly adapted to the edge of the world. I watch it for a long time, mesmerized by its focus and its lack of hesitation. It does not worry about the height or the wind, it simply is. I realize that this is the ultimate goal of our journey. We are trying to shed the layers of civilization until we reach that same state of pure existence. We are trying to become the mountain. When I return to the village, the air is filled with the scent of roasting tubers and dried herbs. We gather around the fire, a small circle of warmth in the encroaching cold. The woman with the laughter-lined face tells us a story about the first people who lived in these mountains. She says they didn't have names for the peaks because they didn't see themselves as separate from the land. They believed that when they spoke, it was the mountain speaking through them. They believed that their dreams were the dreams of the earth. We listen in silence, the firelight dancing in our eyes. We are beginning to understand what she means. The young man who fled the census takers sits near the edge of the fire. He has changed the most. The terror that once clouded his eyes has been replaced by a quiet, watchful intensity. He has become our scout, the one who ranges furthest into the outer ridges to watch for signs of pursuit. He tells us that the world below is changing. He says the smoke from the great factory cities is beginning to stain the horizon, a smudge of gray that never quite goes away. He says the Empire is building roads that cut through the heart of the ancient forests, turning the living wood into a grid of commerce. The news brings a momentary chill to the circle, but it does not last. We have learned that fear is a choice, and we choose to remain in the present. The weaver picks up a stone bead and slides it along his cord. He says that the road builders are trying to outrun time, but time is not a distance to be covered. It is a depth to be explored. Let them build their roads, he says. The mountain will eventually reclaim them. The frost will crack the stone, and the roots will heave the asphalt. Nothing that is built against the grain of the earth can endure. As the autumn deepens, the basin transforms into a gallery of fire. The low-growing shrubs turn a brilliant, bloody red, and the mountain ash glows with a golden intensity that seems to generate its own heat. The air becomes sharp and brittle, carrying the scent of snow from the higher peaks. We work with a renewed urgency, storing what we can for the long isolation of winter. We dry the mountain berries and smoke the small fish that live in the mineral pools. We reinforce our shelters with extra layers of thatch and mud. One evening, while the moon is a thin sliver of silver in the sky, I walk back to the Cave of Hands. I have been thinking about the marks on the wall, the silent testimony of those who preceded us. I enter the cave and light a small lamp made of animal fat and a wick of dried moss. The flickering light brings the drawings to life. The hands seem to reach out from the stone, a chorus of voices from the deep past. I look at the patch where I pressed my own palm months ago. The oils from my skin have left a faint, translucent mark. I realize that the true record is not what we leave behind, but what we become in the process of living. The marks on the wall are not for the future, they are for the moment of creation. They are an affirmation of life in the face of the infinite. I blow out the lamp and sit in the absolute darkness of the cave. I listen to the sound of my own heart, a steady, rhythmic drum beat that is echoed by the dripping of water from the ceiling. I am a part of this. I am a note in the song. I am a stitch in the fabric. The first snow arrives without warning. It falls in large, wet flakes that cling to the branches and mute the colors of the basin. Within hours, the world is transformed into a landscape of monochromatic beauty. The transition is seamless. We move indoors, our lives shrinking to the dimensions of our hearths. This is the time of the great silence. The wind howls through the crags, but inside the basin, the air is still and heavy. The weaver and I spend our days in quiet companionship. He teaches me the art of the knot, showing me how to translate complex ideas into the physical language of the cord. We talk about the nature of truth. He says that in the city, truth was something to be captured and pinned down like a butterfly in a display case. Here, truth is the butterfly itself, always in motion, always changing. Truth is the way the light hits the snow at sunset. Truth is the taste of the cold water. Truth is the warmth of a shared meal. I find myself thinking less and less about my old life. The memories of the great archive have become like the illustrations in an old book, beautiful but distant. I can no longer remember the smell of the ink or the feel of the parchment. I can no longer remember the names of the emperors or the dates of the great wars. Those things belong to a world that was obsessed with the ending of things. Here, there are no endings, only transitions. One night the storm breaks and the sky clears. The stars are so bright they seem to cast shadows on the snow. I step outside and look up at the great anchor. I feel a sense of profound peace, a realization that I have finally reached the place I was looking for. I am not at the edge of the world, I am at its center. I am not hiding from history. I am participating in its true, unwritten flow. The winter passes in a blur of white and gray. We learn to live with the cold, to find beauty in the starkness of the landscape. We learn to trust the silence. When the spring finally returns, it does so with a gentleness that is surprising. The snow melts slowly, feeding the springs and turning the basin into a lush, vibrant wetland. The birds return, their songs more intricate and joyful than before. During the first thaw, the scout returns from the outer ridges with news. He says the surveyors have abandoned the lower valley. They found the terrain too difficult and the climate too harsh. They have moved on to easier targets, leaving our mountain as a blank space on their maps. We received the news with a quiet nod. We did not win a battle, we simply outlasted an idea. The woman with the laughter-lined face gathers us together by the spring. She says that we are no longer the people of the gap. We are the people of the basin. We have created something new, a way of living that does not require the permission of the world. We are the architects of our own reality. I look around at the faces of my friends, the weaver, the scout, the woman who leads us with her laughter. I see the strength in their eyes and the grace in their movements. We have been forged by the mountain, stripped of our illusions and rebuilt from the ground up. We are the living proof that there is another way to be human. I walk to the edge of the basin and look out over the vast, shimmering expanse of the mountains. The world stretches out forever, a labyrinth of light and shadow. I feel the pen in my hand, but it is no longer a tool for recording. It is a tool for creating. I am not writing a history, I am writing a life. The air is warm and the scent of the first flowers is beginning to fill the basin. I take a deep breath and feel the sun on my face. I am here, I am breathing, I am the silence between the words, I am the light on the water, I am home. As the seasons continue to cycle, our presence in the basin becomes even more integrated. We have learned to read the clouds and the behavior of the animals with a precision that borders on the prophetic. We know when the big storms are coming days before the first flake falls. We know which plants can heal a fever and which can bring a deep, dreamless sleep. We have become a part of the ecology of the high places. There are moments when I look back at the trail that led me here, and it seems like a miracle that I survived. I think of the man on the boat, the one with the pipe who spoke of the shifting silt. I wonder if he ever realized that the silt is the only thing that is real. Everything else is just a temporary structure we build on top of it. I hope he found his shallow water. I hope he found his peace. The weaver has finished his bridge of memory. It is a long, intricate cord that stretches across the interior of our communal shelter. It is a beautiful thing, a tapestry of knots and beads that tells the story of our journey. Every person in the basin has added their own thread to it. It is a living document, a record of our collective soul. When I touch it, I can feel the heat of the fire, the cold of the snow, and the steady pulse of the mountain. The young scout has begun to teach the children how to move through the high crags. He tells them that the mountain is not an obstacle to be overcome, but a teacher to be respected. He shows them how to listen to the stone and how to trust their own balance. They move with a freedom that I envy, a natural grace that was never crushed by the weight of the city. They are the first generation of the unmapped, the ones who will carry our story into the future. The woman with the laughter-lined face spends her days by the spring, watching the water rise. She says that her work is done. She has shown us how to find the way, and now it is up to us to walk it. She seems to be fading into the landscape, her skin becoming the color of the earth and her hair the color of the mist. She is becoming a legend while she is still alive. I spend my time wandering the ridges, exploring the furthest corners of our sanctuary. I am looking for something, though I do not know what it is. Perhaps I am looking for the edge of the world, or perhaps I am looking for the place where the light begins, or perhaps I am just enjoying the sensation of movement. One afternoon, I find a small, sheltered alcove high above the basin. It is a place of perfect stillness, protected from the wind by a massive overhang of granite. In the center of the alcove, there is a single stunted pine tree, its roots gripping the stone with a desperate intensity. It is a testament to the resilience of life, a small green flame in a world of gray. I sit beneath the tree and look out over the basin. I can see the smoke from our fires and the small, woven shapes of our homes. I can see the silver glint of the springs and the dark green of the grain plots. It is a beautiful, fragile world, a tiny pocket of life in the vast, indifferent expanse of the mountains. I realize then that we are not just hiding, we are preserving something. We are keeping the ember of human spirit alive in a world that is trying to drown it in ink and iron. We are the guardians of the unrecorded, the protectors of the silent notes. I feel a sudden, overwhelming sense of joy. It is a physical sensation, a warmth that radiates from my chest and fills my entire body. It is the joy of being exactly where I am supposed to be. It is the joy of being free. I pick up a small, smooth stone from the ground and hold it in my hand. It is warm from the sun, a solid, tangible piece of the earth. I look at it for a long time, marveling at its simplicity and its perfection. It does not need a name. It does not need a place on a map. It just is. I place the stone back on the ground and stand up. The sun is beginning to set, casting a long, golden light over the mountains. It is time to go back. It is time to join the others around the fire. It is time to continue the story. As I walk down the ridge, I feel the wind on my face and the earth beneath my feet. I am no longer the man who was lost in the archives. I am the man who found himself in the light. I am the wanderer, the weaver, the storyteller. I am the one holding the pen, and the page is wide and white and beautiful. The night falls and the stars come out, pulsing with a vibrant, living energy. I look up and I see the great anchor, the silver fish, and the path of the wanderer. I see the new constellations we have created, the patterns of our own lives. I see the infinite, unmappable expanse of the universe, and I am not afraid. I step into the warmth of the firelight and I let the song carry me home. The story is not finished. It is being written in every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of silence. And for the first time, I am the one holding the pen. The map has ended. The world has begun. I am here. I am breathing, and that is everything. The high summer brings a different kind of intensity to the basin. The heat does not stifle like the humid weight of the lowlands, but rather it scours the spirit clean. It is a dry, golden heat that smells of baking stone and resin. We spend the long afternoons in the shadow of the overhangs, our fingers busy with the tasks that require no sight. The weaver sits beside me, his hands moving with a fluid, rhythmic grace that makes the act of knotting look like a form of prayer. He is working on a new cord, one that incorporates the coarse hair of the mountain goats we found caught in the thickets. It is a rougher texture, a reminder of the grit and the climb. He hands me a segment of the cord and asks me to feel the transition. My calloused fingertips trace the shift from smooth vegetable fiber to the wiry, resilient animal hair. It represents the crossing of the high pass, he says. It is the moment when we stopped being creatures of the valley and became creatures of the heights. I nod, though he cannot see it, because the movement of the air between us carries my understanding. We have developed a language of subtle shifts in pressure and the cadence of breathing. We do not need the clumsy architecture of spoken words to know when we are in agreement. The scout arrives at dusk, his skin darkened by the sun until he is nearly the color of the shadows. He carries a bundle of wild leeks and a handful of translucent crystals he found in a cave 3 ridges to the north. He tells us that the world beyond our sanctuary is becoming a place of frantic motion. From the highest peaks, he can see the lines of the new rail systems cutting across the plains like scars on a cooling loaf of bread. He says the iron horses breathe black soot that chokes the stars near the horizon. They are moving faster now, he whispers, as if they are afraid that if they stop, the earth will swallow them whole. We listen to his report with a detached compassion. It is the pity one feels for a bird trapped in a room, beating its wings against a window it cannot see. They are building a cage of their own design, the woman with the laughter-lined face says. They believe that by measuring the world they can own it, but you cannot own the wind and you cannot own the silence. She stirs the pot of grain over the fire, the wooden spoon clicking against the clay rim. The sound is grounding, a tether to the physical reality of our survival. As the moon rises, I walk to the western edge where the ground falls away into the indigo depths of the canyons. The air here is cooler, rising from the hidden streams below. I think about the great archive and the men who still sit within its walls, cataloging the rise and fall of civilizations that no longer exist. They are like ghosts haunting a house that has already burned down. They deal in the ghosts of ideas, while I deal in the weight of the water bucket and the sharpness of the flint. I realized that the greatest lie of the empire was the idea that safety could be found in a record. True safety is found in the ability to adapt, to bend with the storm rather than breaking against it. In the middle of the night, a sudden tremor shakes the mountain. It is not a violent upheaval, but a deep, resonant vibration that starts in the soles of my feet and travels up through my spine. It is the mountain shifting its weight, settling into a new position. In the village, no one cries out, no one runs in fear. We simply sit up in our furs and wait, listening to the groaning of the rock. It is a conversation between the earth and the sky, and we are merely the small creatures living in the folds of the garment. When the vibration stops, the silence that follows is even deeper than before, a thick, velvety quiet that feels like a blessing. The next morning, the spring that feeds our basin has doubled its flow. The water is cold enough to ache and clear as polished glass. We take this as a sign of abundance. We spend the day expanding the irrigation channels, guiding the life-giving liquid toward the parched edges of our grain plots. My muscles burn with the effort of moving the heavy stones, but it is a good pain. It is the pain of participation. Every rock I place is a choice to stay, a choice to build a life that is not dependent on the whims of a distant capital. The weaver calls me over to the communal shelter. He has reached a point in his grand chord where he wants to record the tremor. He asks me how we should represent the movement of the earth. I think for a moment, my hand resting on the rough bark of a cedar post. I tell him it should be a knot that is not a knot, a loop that holds tension but allows for a small amount of play. It should be a knot that can breathe. He smiles, his sightless eyes crinkling at the corners, and his fingers begin to dance. He creates a complex, interlocking series of hitches that feel like a heartbeat when you run your thumb over them. As the weeks pass, the light begins to change again. The golden hue of summer fades into the pale, crystalline clarity of early autumn. The birds begin their long migrations, their cries echoing through the canyons like the sound of falling silk. We watch them go with a sense of envy and admiration. They carry no maps, no ledgers, and no baggage. They simply follow the pull of the earth, a compass built into their very blood. We are trying to learn that same instinct. We are trying to find the compass within ourselves. The scout returns with a troubled expression. He has seen a column of smoke rising from the base of the mountain, far below our hidden pass. It is not the scattered smoke of a campfire, but the steady, oily plume of a survey camp. They are coming closer, he says. They are looking for the source of the water. The news sends a ripple of tension through the group, but it does not break our peace. We have known this day would come. The Empire cannot stand a blank space on its charts. It views an unmapped forest as a personal insult. We gather in the Cave of Hands to discuss our response. There is no talk of weapons or defenses. We have no walls to man and no army to lead. Our strength lies in our invisibility, in our ability to be part of the mountain. The woman with the laughter-lined face suggests that we move our higher camps further into the crags, leaving only the most natural-looking traces behind. We will become like the mountain goats, she says. We will live on the ledges where their heavy boots cannot follow. We will let the terrain be our shield. I spend the night preparing my pack. I include a small bag of dried berries, a coil of the weaver's cord, and my ash staff. I look around my small shelter one last time. It is a humble place made of mud and branches, but it has been more of a home to me than any stone villa in the city. I realize that home is not a place you inhabit, but a state of being. I am at home because I am no longer divided against myself. I am a single, unified intent. We move out before the first light of dawn. We climb in silence, our movements synchronized with the rhythm of the wind. We do not use torches. We rely on the memory of the stone and the faint luminescence of the stars. By the time the sun hits the lower valley, we are high above the clouds, tucked into a narrow fold of granite that is invisible from below. We watch as the tiny figures of the surveyors move across the distant floor of the basin. They look like ants crawling over a tapestry, unaware of the complexity of the pattern beneath their feet. They stay for 3 days. We watch them struggle with the scree and the thickets. We see them gesturing at the peaks, their movements jerky and frustrated. They are trying to impose a grid on a landscape that rejects the very concept of a straight line. On the fourth day, a heavy mist rolls in from the north, swallowing the mountain in a sea of white. It is a thick, blinding fog that turns the world into a featureless void. We sit in our high sanctuary, warm and dry, while the surveyors stumble through the gloom below. When the mist finally clears, the valley is empty. The survey camp is gone, leaving behind only a small patch of scorched earth and a few discarded tins. They have retreated, defeated by the sheer indifference of the mountain. We do not celebrate with shouts or songs. We simply descend back to our village, our hearts full of a quiet, steady triumph. We have proven that the map is not the territory, and that the territory has a will of its own. The weaver returns to his bench and picks up the cord. He adds a series of small, smooth pebbles to the strand, representing the days of the mist. He says that the fog was the mountain's way of closing its eyes. It was a moment of privacy, a refusal to be seen. I touch the pebbles, feeling their cool, solid weight. They are the most beautiful part of the history so far. They represent the power of the unseen, the strength of the things that cannot be measured. As the first frost of the new season begins to lace the edges of the pools, I find myself back at the vantage point overlooking the great gorge. The silver ribbon of the river is still there, a constant presence in a changing world. I think of the man I was when I first arrived here, a man who was afraid of the dark and obsessed with the past. That man is gone, dissolved into the wind and the stone. In his place is someone who understands that the present is the only archive that matters. I take my staff and begin to carve a small mark into the flat surface of a boulder. It is not a name or a date. It is a simple, flowing line that mimics the curve of the horizon. It is a signature of my existence, a way of saying that I was here and that I was part of this. It is a mark that will eventually be worn away by the wind and the rain, and that is exactly as it should be. The mountain does not need to remember me for me to be real. The young man who was once a fugitive sits down beside me. He has grown tall and strong, his movements filled with a quiet confidence. He asks me if I ever miss the city. I think about the libraries, the theaters, and the crowded marketplaces. I think about the smell of fresh bread and the sound of bells ringing in the morning. I tell him that I miss the people I loved, but I do not miss the world they lived in. That world was a dream that turned into a nightmare. This world is a reality that turned into a song. He nods, his eyes fixed on the distant peaks. I want to learn to write, he says suddenly. Not the way they do in the books, but the way you do. I want to learn how to turn my thoughts into something I can touch. I hand him the weaver's cord and show him how to make a basic knot. I tell him that every twist of the fiber is a choice, and every choice is a part of his story. He watches my hands with an intense focus, his own fingers beginning to mimic the movements. We sit there for a long time, the old man and the young man, weaving our stories into the fabric of the mountain. The sun begins to set, casting a long, purple shadow over the gorge. The air becomes cold and sharp, a reminder that the winter is coming again. But we are ready. We have our stores, our shelters, and our memories. We have the silence of the high places and the warmth of the fire. I realize that this is what it means to be truly human. It is not about building monuments or conquering territories. It is about finding a way to live in harmony with the earth and with each other. It is about creating beauty in the face of the infinite and finding meaning in the small, everyday acts of survival. We are the architects of the unmapped, the keepers of the silent record. And as long as we are here, the mountain will have a voice. The night falls and the stars emerge in all their terrifying majesty. I look up at the great anchor and feel a sense of profound gratitude. I am a small part of a vast, beautiful mystery, and that is enough. I do not need to know the ending of the story to know that it is good. I only need to keep breathing, keep moving, and keep weaving. The fire in the village is a small, flickering spark in the darkness, a beacon of warmth in the cold. I stand up and begin the long walk back, my staff clicking against the stone in a steady, reassuring rhythm. I am going home to the people who know my name without needing to see it written down. I am going home to the silence that speaks more clearly than any book. I am going home to the mountain, and the mountain is going home to me. As I descend the ridge, I feel a sense of lightness, as if the weight of my past has finally been lifted from my shoulders. I am no longer a collector of shadows. I am a participant in the light. The path ahead is steep and rugged, but I move with a certainty that comes from knowing exactly where I am. I am here, I am alive, and the story is just beginning. I reach the edge of the village and see the weaver sitting by the fire, his hands still moving. He looks up as I approach, his face illuminated by the dancing flames. "Did you find what you were looking for?" he asks, his voice soft and low. I sit down beside him and take a deep breath of the wood smoke and the cold air. I tell him that I found the center of the world. He smiles and hands me a new length of cord. "Then let us begin the next chapter," he says. And so we do, our fingers working together in the dark, weaving the unwritten history of our time in the basin, a story that will never be found on any map, but will live forever in the heart of the mountain. The first snow of the season arrives not as a storm, but as a quiet theft of the color from the world. It begins in the deep blue hours of the morning, a soft dusting that turns the jagged edges of the basin into blurred white ghosts. I wake to a silence that is different from the silence of the stone. It is a muffled, heavy quiet that presses against the walls of the shelter. I pull my furs tighter around my shoulders and listen to the rhythmic breathing of the others. We are a small knot of warmth in a vast, cooling landscape. This is the time of the long inward turn, when the external world shrinks to the radius of the firelight and the stories we tell become the only maps we have left to follow. I crawl out of the low entrance and stand in the fresh powder. The air is so cold it stings the back of my throat, a sharp and honest sensation that reminds me I am still made of flesh and blood. To the north, the high peaks have vanished into a gray shroud of clouds. The great archive, with its endless shelves and its suffocating dust, feels like a dream I had in another lifetime. I realize that I no longer remember the names of the emperors or the dates of the treaties that once filled my mind. Those facts have been replaced by the texture of cedar bark, the taste of snowmelt, and the specific weight of a flint knife in my palm. The transition is complete. I am no longer a man who observes the world from a distance. I am a man who is being consumed and reshaped by it. By midday, the village is a hive of slow, deliberate motion. We move through the snow with a high-stepping gait, clearing the paths between the shelters and checking the tension on the communal roofs. The woman with the laughter-lined face is busy at the drying racks, moving the last of the smoked fish into the deep stone caches at the back of the cave. She catches my eye and tosses me a piece of dried fruit. Her hands are stained purple from the autumn harvest, a permanent map of her labor etched into her skin. There is a fierce joy in her movements, a defiance against the coming cold. She does not fear the winter because she has integrated herself into its cycle. She knows that the hunger of the frost is just another part of the story, a necessary pause before the next surge of life. The weaver is sitting in his usual spot, though he has moved closer to the central hearth. His fingers are stiff from the cold, but he does not stop. He is working on the winter section of the grand cord, using thick, unbleached wool that looks like the snow outside. He tells me that the winter is the time of the white knot, the symbol of the blank page. It is the period when the earth sleeps and the stories of the past are digested into the wisdom of the future. He asks me to describe the light on the peaks for him. I tell him it is a pale, translucent violet like the inside of a mussel shell. He nods, his hands twisting a loop of wool into a shape that captures the fragility of that color. We are the witnesses of the mountain, he says. We see what the Empire has forgotten how to look at. As the afternoon light begins to fail, the scout returns from his final patrol of the lower passes. He is covered in a thin layer of ice, his breath coming in ragged plumes. He tells us that the survey camp at the base of the mountain has been abandoned. They left in a hurry, he says, leaving behind broken crates and a heavy iron tripod that has already been half buried by the drifts. They could not handle the uncertainty of the storm. They needed the world to be static so they could measure it, and when the mountain began to move and breathe, they fled back to the safety of their paved streets and their ticking clocks. We share a moment of quiet satisfaction. The mountain has defended itself without lifting a finger. It simply existed with such intensity that the intruders could no longer bear to be in its presence. That night the wind rises to a howl, screaming through the narrow gaps in the rock. The fire in the center of the communal shelter leaps and dives, casting long, distorted shadows against the walls. We sit in a circle, our shoulders touching, and the young man who wants to learn to write begins to speak. He does not use the formal language of the scholars. He tells a story about a hawk he saw earlier in the week, a lone hunter circling over the frozen river. He describes the way the bird hung in the air, a single point of intent against the chaos of the wind. As he speaks, I realize that he is already writing. He is using his voice to carve an image into our collective memory. He is creating a record that will never rot or be burned because it lives in the air between us. I take my turn next. I tell them about the archives, but not as a place of knowledge. I describe it as a labyrinth of shadows where men go to forget that they are alive. I tell them about the smell of old parchment, which is the smell of death trying to masquerade as immortality. I contrast it with the smell of the pine needles beneath our feet and the cold, metallic scent of the coming blizzard. I tell them that the greatest discovery I made in all my years of study was the moment I realized that I knew nothing at all. The circle of faces watches me with a profound, unblinking attention. They understand the weight of my words because they have lived them. We are all refugees from a world of abstractions, huddling together in the brutal, beautiful reality of the mountain. The winter deepens, and the days become short, pale slivers of time between the long, dark nights. We spend the hours in a state of semi-dormancy, conserving our energy and our food. I find myself spending more time with the weaver, helping him sort the different fibers and learning the language of the knots. He teaches me that a history is not a straight line, but a web of interconnected moments. A single thread can represent a life, but it only gains meaning when it is tied to the threads of others. He shows me how to make the knot of the stranger, a loose, inviting loop that can be tightened or released depending on the needs of the group. It is a lesson in flexibility, in the art of belonging without losing the essence of oneself. One morning, the sky clears to a brilliant, heartbreaking blue. The world is a blinding landscape of white and shadow, every detail sharpened by the extreme cold. I decide to climb to the ridge where I found the stone in the summer. The path is gone, buried under several feet of snow, but I know the way by the shape of the trees and the curve of the slope. I move slowly, my staff sinking deep into the drifts. The effort is immense, my lungs burning with every breath, but I feel a strange sense of exhilaration. I am testing myself against the mountain, not to conquer it, but to see if I am still worthy of it. When I reach the top, the view is staggering. The entire world seems to have fallen away, leaving only the peaks and the sky. I can see for hundreds of miles across the plains where the iron horses crawl and the cities smoke like festering wounds. From this height, the empire looks small and fragile, a thin crust of vanity spread over the ancient, indifferent earth. I find the spot where the stone was, now covered by a pristine drift. I do not dig for it. I do not need to see it again to know it is there. Its existence is a fact that I carry within me, an anchor of simplicity in a complex world. As I stand there, a massive eagle sweeps past the ridge, its wings making a sound like a sudden intake of breath. It catches an updraft and rises higher and higher, a dark speck against the infinite blue. I watch it until my eyes ache, and in that moment I feel a sense of total alignment. I am not the man who was lost, and I am not the man who was found. I am simply a part of the movement of the wind and the light. I am a witness to the unfolding of a story that has no beginning and no end. I am the pen, the page, and the hand that moves across it. I begin the descent, my legs shaking with fatigue but my spirit light. When I reach the village, the weaver is waiting for me by the entrance of the cave. He doesn't ask me where I went or what I saw. He simply hands me a bowl of warm broth and gestures toward the fire. "You have the look of someone who has seen the edge of the world," he says quietly. I sit down and feel the warmth returning to my frozen limbs. I tell him that the edge of the world is not a place, but a perspective. It is the moment when you stop trying to measure the distance and start living in the space you occupy. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a new section of the cord. He has started a series of knots that are unlike any I have seen before. They are tight, dense clusters of fiber that seem to vibrate with energy. He tells me they represent the deep winter, the time of the core. This is the part of the story where everything that is unnecessary is stripped away, leaving only the essential truth of our survival. He asks me to help him finish the strand. Together, we work through the night, our fingers moving in a synchronized dance. We weave the sound of the wind, the smell of the smoke, and the silence of the snow into a physical record of our existence. The weeks turn into months, and the winter begins to lose its grip. The snow starts to recede from the lower slopes, revealing the dark, damp earth beneath. The first green shoots of the mountain lilies push through the mud, a sign of the indomitable will of life. We celebrate the return of the light with a feast of stored grains and the fresh greens we find in the sheltered hollows. There is a sense of renewal in the air, a feeling that we have passed through a great trial and emerged stronger on the other side. The scout brings news that the Empire is in a state of turmoil. The rail lines have been broken by the winter storms, and the cities are struggling with food shortages and internal strife. They are so busy trying to maintain their crumbling structures that they have forgotten about the mountain. We are a blank space on their maps once again, a ghost in their machines. We listen to the news with a sense of distant pity, but no one suggests that we return. We have found a different way to be, a way that does not require the permission of a king or the validation of a ledger. I walk to the edge of the gorge and look down at the river. The ice is breaking up, the great white sheets crashing against the rocks with a sound like thunder. It is a violent, chaotic rebirth, a reminder that growth is often a painful process. I think about the man I was when I first arrived here, and I realize that he had to break in order for me to be born. I had to lose my place in the world to find my place in the universe. I take my ash staff and carve a new mark into the boulder. It is a circle, a symbol of the cycle that we have just completed. It is a mark of gratitude, a signature of peace. The young man approaches me, carrying a small piece of wood he has carved into the shape of a hawk. He shows it to me with a shy pride, and I can see the skill and the observation that went into its creation. He has learned to see the world with his own eyes, not through the lenses of others. I tell him it is a beautiful piece of work, a true part of the story. He smiles and sits down beside me, and for a long time we just watch the water. We do not need to speak. The silence is enough. The sun begins to set, casting a long, golden light over the basin. It is the same light I saw on the first day I arrived, but it looks different to me now. It is no longer a backdrop for my fear, but a celebration of my presence. I am here, I am breathing, I am part of the weave. The story is not finished, and it never will be. It will continue in every breath, every heartbeat, and every moment of silence. And as the stars begin to pulse in the deepening sky, I realize that I am exactly where I am supposed to be. I am the wanderer who found his home, the weaver who found his thread, and the storyteller who finally learned how to listen. The map is gone and the world has truly begun. In the distance, the first call of a returning bird echoes through the canyon, a sharp, clear note of hope that carries on the wind. I turn back toward the fire, ready to begin the next chapter, my heart as wide and white and beautiful as the page of the coming spring. The spring thaw brings a different kind of labor, one that smells of wet earth and ancient waking roots. The sound of the mountain changes from the brittle crack of ice to the heavy, constant roar of the hidden veins of the earth bursting open. Water is everywhere. It drips from the overhangs of the caves, it seeps through the mossy cracks in the stone, and it turns the lower meadows into a bright, treacherous marsh. We move with the water, our bodies shedding the heavy lethargy of the winter months. There is a frantic, joyful urgency to the work now. We must clear the debris from the planting terraces before the sun grows too hot, and we must repair the bridges that the sliding snow tore away during the dark moons. I find myself standing knee-deep in a cold stream, my hands numb as I heave rounded river stones into a new retaining wall. The physical resistance of the world is a comfort. Each stone has a specific gravity, a personality of jagged edges or smooth bellies that dictates where it must sit in the rising structure. I do not think about the philosophy of the wall. I only feel the grit of the silt under my fingernails and the pull of the muscles in my lower back. This is the truth of the basin. It does not ask for my interpretation, it only asks for my presence. When the wall is finished, the water turns and flows where we have directed it, feeding the young shoots of the hardy mountain grain. The success is not a victory over nature, but a successful negotiation with it. The woman with the laughter-lined face joins me as the sun reaches its zenith. She carries a basket of wild onions and the first bitter greens of the season. We sit on the warm rocks and eat in silence, watching the mist rise from the valley floor. She points to a distant ridge where a smudge of dark movement suggests a herd of mountain goats returning to the high pastures. She tells me that her grandmother once said the goats were the true owners of the peaks, and that we are merely guests who have been granted a temporary lease on the wind. I look at her hands, still stained but now calloused by the spring planting, and I see the lineage she carries. She is a bridge between the ancestors who first found this sanctuary and the children who will one day chase the same goats across the same ridges. As the days lengthen, the weaver begins a new project. He has moved his loom outside beneath the shade of a massive, gnarled cedar tree. The grand cord of the winter is finished, a thick and heavy record of our survival, and now he is spinning a thread so fine it is almost invisible against the bright sky. He tells me this is the thread of the transition, the gossamer line that connects the memory of the cold to the promise of the heat. He asks me to help him gather the wool of the wild sheep that snag on the low briars. We spend hours wandering the slopes, plucking tufts of white and gray from the thorny bushes. It is a slow, meditative task that requires a keen eye and a patient hand. During these walks, I realize that my internal map has completely shifted. When I look at the horizon, I no longer see distances in miles or leagues. I see them in heartbeats and breaths. I know that the walk to the hidden spring takes 300 breaths if the ground is dry, and 500 if the mud is deep. I know that the shadow of the great anchor touches the village well at the exact moment the evening chill begins to settle. This intimacy with the landscape has stripped away the last vestiges of my old identity. I am no longer a man of the city or a man of the archive. I am a creature of the basin, as much a part of the ecology as the hawks or the lichen. One evening, a stranger appears at the mouth of the gorge. He is thin and ragged, his clothes hanging in tatters around a frame that has been hollowed out by hunger. He does not carry the tools of a surveyor or the weapons of a soldier. He carries only a small, battered flute made of bone. We watch him from the shadows of the village, our hands resting on our tools, not out of malice, but out of a cautious respect for the unknown. The weaver steps forward first, his hands open and empty. He offers the man a seat by the fire and a bowl of the spring pottage. The stranger eats with a desperate, quiet intensity, his eyes darting around the circle of faces. He tells us he has come from the lowlands, from the cities that sit like scabs on the skin of the plains. He speaks of a world that is eating itself, where the air is thick with the soot of the great furnaces and the people have forgotten the sound of their own voices. He tells us that the empire is not just crumbling, it is turning inward, preying on its own citizens to fuel a machine that no longer has a purpose. He heard rumors of a place where the mountains spoke and the people lived without masters. He had walked for 40 days, following the North Star and the gut feeling of a man who has nothing left to lose. We listen to his story without judgment. His words are like echoes from a dream I can barely remember. He looks at the weaver's cord, his fingers trembling as he touches the knots that represent the winter. He asks if this is a map. The weaver smiles and shakes his head. It is not a map of where we are going, he says. It is a map of who we are. The stranger stays with us. At first, he is clumsy and slow, his hands unaccustomed to the honest weight of the stone and the wood. But he has a gift for the flute, and in the evenings, he plays melodies that seem to capture the very essence of the rising sap and the melting snow. His music becomes a new thread in our story, a haunting, beautiful addition to the silent record of the mountain. The summer arrives with a sudden golden heat that bakes the moisture out of the earth. The basin becomes a riot of color. Wildflowers carpet the slopes in shades of orange, blue, and violent yellow. The air is thick with the hum of insects and the sweet, heavy scent of pine resin. This is the season of abundance, but it is also the season of vigilance. We must store what we can, for the mountain is a fickle provider. We gather berries and dry them on flat stones in the sun. We hunt with a selective, reverent precision, taking only what the herds can spare. Every act is an exchange, a recognition that for us to live, something else must give way. I spend my afternoons teaching the young man who wants to learn to write. We do not use paper or ink. We use the flat, smooth surface of the Slate River stones and charred sticks from the fire. I do not teach him the names of kings or the laws of the empire. I teach him the words for the different types of clouds, the names of the medicinal herbs that grow in the high crevices, and the verbs that describe the movement of the water. He is a quick learner, his mind hungry for a way to pin down the fleeting beauty of his world. One day, he scratches a series of symbols into a stone that perfectly capture the shape of the eagle I saw in the winter. He looks at me with a wide, bright grin, and I realize that he has understood the true purpose of the record. It is not about hoarding information, it is about honoring the experience. The scout returns one day with a look of concern on his weathered face. He has found signs of a new camp at the very base of the mountain, far below the gorge. They are not surveyors this time. They are refugees, a small group of families who have fled the turmoil of the plains. They are frightened and ill-equipped for the terrain. We hold a council by the fire, the smoke rising straight into the still summer air. Some argue that we should remain hidden, that the safety of our sanctuary depends on its isolation. Others, including the woman with the laughter-lined face, argue that we cannot turn our backs on those who seek the same peace we have found. The weaver listens to the debate, his fingers working a complex knot into the summer strand. Finally, he speaks. The mountain does not belong to us, he says. We belong to the mountain. If it has called these people here, then it is not our place to bar the gate. But we must teach them. We must show them that this is not a place of taking, but a place of being. We decide to send a small group down with supplies and guidance. I am chosen to lead them. Descending the mountain is a strange experience. As we move lower, the air becomes heavier and the silence begins to fray. We find the camp in a small, dusty clearing near the foothills. There are 20 of them huddled together in makeshift tents, their faces etched with the exhaustion of the displaced. They look at us with a mixture of fear and hope. I step forward, my ash staff held loosely in my hand. I do not offer them a place in our village, for the basin cannot support so many. Instead, I offer them the knowledge of the lower slopes. I show them where the water is clean, which plants will heal their fevers, and how to build shelters that will withstand the autumn winds. I stay with them for a week, watching as they begin to shed their urban anxieties and adapt to the rhythm of the slope. I see a father teaching his daughter how to track a rabbit, and a mother singing a song to her infant that is older than the empire they fled. They are the seeds of a new story, a different way of inhabiting the earth. When I finally turn to head back up the mountain, the man who led the group thanks me. He asks me what we call ourselves. I think for a moment, looking up at the purple shadows of the high peaks. We are the people of the silence, I tell him. He nods, and I see a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The climb back is long and grueling, but my heart is light. I reach the ridge just as the sun is setting, casting a long, golden bridge across the gorge. I stand there for a long time, watching the light fade into the deep violets of the evening. I feel a profound sense of connection to the people below and the people above. We are all part of the same grand, unfolding tapestry, our lives intertwined in ways we can barely perceive. The mountain is the loom, and the wind is the shuttle, and we are the threads that give the fabric its strength and its color. When I return to the village, the weaver is waiting for me. He has finished the summer section of the cord. It is a vibrant, chaotic explosion of color and texture, a record of the heat and the growth and the arrival of the strangers. He hands me the end of the strand and shows me how to tie the knot of the crossroads. It is a strong, multi-layered knot that anchors the different stories together. As we work, I tell him about the families in the foothills. I tell him about the fear in their eyes and the slow, steady emergence of their courage. He nods, his fingers moving with a grace that seems to defy his age. The seasons continue to turn, each one bringing its own challenges and its own rewards. The autumn arrives with a crisp, golden clarity, the air smelling of dry leaves and the first hint of the coming frost. We harvest the grain and the nuts, our caches full and our hearts steady. The stranger with the flute has become a permanent part of our circle, his music now a fundamental element of our rituals. The young man has filled a dozen stones with his carvings, a library of the basin that will last longer than any building. I find myself sitting by the fire one night, looking at the grand cord that now stretches across the entire length of the shelter. It is a massive, beautiful thing, a physical manifestation of our collective memory. I can see my own arrival in the early, hesitant knots of the previous summer. I can see the winter of the white silence and the spring of the rushing water. I can see the summer of the strangers and the autumn of the harvest. It is all there, woven together into a single, coherent narrative. I realize that I am no longer looking for an ending. The story does not need an ending to be complete. It is complete in every moment that we breathe together, every moment that we work the earth, and every moment that we sit in the silence of the high places. The empire may rise and fall, the cities may burn or be reclaimed by the forest, but the mountain will remain. And as long as there are those who are willing to listen, the mountain will have a voice. I stand up and walk to the entrance of the cave. The stars are out, the great anchor hanging like a jewel in the velvet sky. I breathe in the cold, sharp air and feel the steady beat of my heart. I am a small part of a vast, beautiful mystery, and that is enough. I do not need to know what lies beyond the next ridge or the next season. I only need to keep weaving, keep moving, and keep being. I turn back to the fire, where the weaver is waiting with a new length of cord. The first snow of the next winter is only a few weeks away, and we have a new chapter to write. We sit down together, our fingers meeting in the dark, and begin to weave the unwritten history of our time, a story that belongs to the wind, the stone, and the heart of the mountain. The air grows thin and sharp as the first true frost of the new cycle grips the high ridges. This transition is not like the others. There is a sense of weight in the atmosphere, a quiet pressure that suggests the mountain is holding its breath. We spend the daylight hours moving with a synchronized grace, our bodies hardened by the seasons of labor. The wood piles are high, the dried meat is hung, and the grain pits are sealed against the damp. Yet there is a restlessness in the weaver that I have not seen before. He spends long hours staring toward the southern pass, his blind eyes tracking a movement that only he can perceive. One morning, as the sun struggles to climb over the jagged teeth of the eastern peaks, the scout returns with a pace that suggests urgency rather than observation. He does not stop at the well or the grain stores. He goes straight to the weaver. I follow them into the long shelter, the smell of old cedar and dried herbs wrapping around us like a shroud. The scout speaks of a column of smoke rising from the lowlands, not the small, domestic plumes of a hearth, but the heavy, black grease fire of a marching army. The Empire has not forgotten the mountain. It has simply taken its time to turn its predatory gaze toward the heights. We gather in a circle, the fire between us casting long, flickering shadows against the walls of the cave. The stranger with the bone flute sits at the edge of the light, his instrument silent in his lap. He knows the nature of the smoke better than any of us. He speaks of the iron-shod boots and the hunger for tribute that drives the men from the plains. They do not want our stories or our silence, he says. They want the silver in the stone and the timber in the valleys. They want to map the unmappable and own the wind. The debate that follows is not one of fear, but of logistics. Some suggest we retreat higher, into the labyrinth of ice caves where no lowlander could survive the night. Others suggest we collapse the gorge entrance, sealing ourselves into the basin like a nut in a shell. I look at the weaver, who is running his fingers over the knots of the grand cord. He stops at the section we wove during the spring, the part that represents the budding life and the open hands. He tells us that a fortress is just a different kind of prison. If we hide, we become the very thing the Empire wants us to be, a resource to be hunted. I realize then that my role in this story has shifted once more. I am the one who knows the language of the invaders. I am the one who understands the maps they carry and the logic they follow. I volunteer to go down not as a warrior, but as a boundary. I will take the young man with me, the one who has learned to carve the truth into stone. We will meet them at the threshold of the heights, not with steel, but with the undeniable reality of the mountain itself. We descend the following day, the path slick with a fine glaze of ice. As we drop in elevation, the silence of the basin is replaced by the discordant sounds of a world in friction. We hear the distant rhythmic thud of axes and the braying of pack animals. When we reach the lower slopes where the refugees had settled, we find the camp empty. The families have vanished into the brush, leaving behind only the cold ashes of their fires and a few discarded rags. The mountain has already swallowed them, hiding them in its folds. At the very lip of the plateau, we see them. A small company of soldiers and surveyors, their bright silk banners looking garish and fragile against the gray granite of the cliffs. They are struggling. Their horses are lathered and wild-eyed, and the men are hunched against a wind that they do not know how to read. They have stopped at the base of a sheer wall, staring up at the narrow chimney that leads to our home. I step out from the shadows of the pines, my ash staff striking the ground with a solid, echoing thud. The commander is a man of my former world, his armor polished but his face pale with the exhaustion of the climb. He looks at me and sees a ghost. He sees a man who should be dead or broken, yet I stand before him with a clarity he cannot comprehend. He demands to know the way to the summit, speaking of the emperor's mandate and the necessity of the census. I do not argue with him. I do not tell him he is wrong. I simply point to the sky. I tell him that the mountain does not recognize mandates. I show him the clouds gathering in the north, the heavy purple bellies of the storm clouds that signal the closing of the passes. I tell him that if he continues, the mountain will not fight him. It will simply ignore him. It will bury his horses in 10 feet of white silence and turn his banners into rags for the hawks. The young man steps forward then, holding out a flat piece of slate. On it, he has carved the image of the great eagle and the symbol of the cycle. He offers it to the commander not as a gift, but as a warning of the scale of the world they are trying to conquer. The commander looks at the stone, then at the darkening horizon. He is a man who lives by the clock and the ledger, and he can feel the gears of his reality grinding against the timelessness of the stone. For a long moment, the only sound is the whistling of the wind through the hemlocks. Then he turns his horse. He does not speak, but the way he pulls his cloak tight around his shoulders tells me everything I need to know. He has felt the cold that lives in the marrow of the peaks, and he knows that his empire is a small, flickering candle against the vastness of the dark. We watch them retreat, a thin line of metal and cloth disappearing into the mist of the lowlands. They will return to their cities and tell stories of a wasteland guarded by madmen and spirits, and that is exactly the protection we need. The myth of our inhospitability is a stronger wall than any stone we could heap in the gorge. As the last of the soldiers vanishes, the first flakes of snow begin to fall, drifting down like the feathers of a molting bird. The climb back up is a celebration. My lungs burn with the cold air and my legs ache with the familiar strain of the ascent, but there is a lightness in my chest that I have never known. We have defended our home not by drawing blood, but by holding our ground. We reach the village as the storm breaks in earnest, the wind howling through the narrows of the gorge. The weaver is waiting by the fire, his hands already moving, preparing the first thread of the winter strand. He asks me how it felt to see the old world again. I tell him that it felt like looking at a reflection in a disturbed pool. I saw the man I used to be, and I felt a deep, quiet pity for him. He was a man who thought the world could be contained in a book, a man who thought the horizon was a line to be crossed rather than a presence to be felt. The weaver nods and hands me a shuttle of dark, undyed wool. It is time to record the turning away, he says. The winter that follows is the deepest and longest in memory. The snow piles so high that we must tunnel between the shelters, creating a subterranean world of blue light and muffled sound. We live in the belly of the mountain, our lives reduced to the most basic and beautiful essentials. We eat the stored grain, we tell the old stories, and we listen to the flute player weave melodies that mimic the shifting of the tectonic plates beneath us. In the heart of the dark months, the weaver falls ill. His breath becomes shallow, a dry rattling in his chest that sounds like the wind in the dead leaves. We tend to him with the herbs we gathered in the autumn, but we all know that his thread is running thin. He does not complain. He spends his final days sitting by the grand cord, his fingers moving over the knots of a lifetime. He is reading his own history, touching the moments of joy and the moments of sorrow with equal reverence. On his final night, he calls me to his side. The fire is low, casting a soft, amber glow over the thousands of knots that hang from the ceiling. He takes my hand, his skin feeling like ancient parchment, and places it on the very end of the cord. The work is not finished, he whispers. It can never be finished. You are the weaver now. You are the one who must hold the memory of the silence. He passes away just as the dawn light begins to filter through the snow-choked entrance of the cave. We do not mourn him with loud cries. We mourn him by continuing the work. We carry his body to the highest ledge where the wind will take what is left of him and scatter it across the peaks he loved so well. As I stand on the edge of the world, watching the gray light of winter spread across the basin, I realize that he is not gone. He is in the texture of the wool, the grain of the stone, and the rhythm of my own heart. I return to the loom. The thread is waiting. I take the shuttle and begin to weave the story of the great snow and the passing of the elder. My hands are clumsy at first, but the rhythm soon finds me. It is a slow, meditative process, a way of anchoring the passing moment into the permanent record of the people. I see the young man watching me, his eyes bright with the desire to learn. I beckon him over and show him how to cross the warp and the weft, how to create a knot that will hold for 100 years. The spring arrives late, but with a ferocity that transforms the landscape overnight. The ice breaks with the sound of 1,000 drums, and the water returns to the streams, roaring with the energy of the melt. We emerge from our burrows, blinking in the sudden, brilliant sunlight. The world is new again, washed clean by the winter and ready for the planting. I find the boulder where I first carved the circle. The mark is still there, weathered by the frost but deep and clear. I take my staff and carve a second mark inside the first. It is a smaller circle, a seed within the husk. It represents the continuation of the story, the new life that grows from the old. I am no longer the man who arrived here with a broken map and a heavy heart. I am the guardian of the basin, the weaver of the silence, and the voice of the mountain. The woman with the laughter-lined face brings me a bowl of the first greens. We sit on the warm rocks and watch the hawks circling in the thermal vents. She tells me that the goats have returned to the high pastures and that the kids are strong this year. We do not talk about the empire or the smoke or the soldiers. Those things belong to a different world, a world that has no power here. As the sun sets, casting its long, golden light over the basin, I feel a sense of profound peace. The story is moving forward, a continuous, beautiful narrative that stretches back to the first stone and forward to the last breath. I look at the young man who is carving a likeness of the weaver into a piece of fallen cedar. I look at the stranger who is playing a song of welcome to the returning birds. We are exactly where we are supposed to be. The map is gone and the world has truly begun. I take a deep breath of the mountain air, smelling the wet earth and the budding pine. I am here, I am breathing, I am part of the weave. And as the stars begin to pulse in the deepening sky, I pick up the shuttle and begin the next row, my heart as wide and white and beautiful as the page of the coming spring. The mountain speaks, and for the first time in my life, I understand every word.